Good evening and welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen. Tonight we will have a very special guest, Amy Holem. Now Amy is a digital forensic audiologist, I would say. That came out wrong, but she can take apart these recordings that we have of V2K, whatever you have, she can take it apart and find the smallest points to it. Okay, do you have any questions before Amy gets here? Because it's going to go to Q&A as soon as she does. She has helped over 300 TIs already to look for V2K in a recording, to find V2K in a recording, and she has been a wealth of information on audio. And since I am an audio engineer, not actually by trade, but that's one of the last things that I did, I'm very interested to hear what she has to say. It should be a great Friday night. Hi, Eiffel. So I see we've got Ann, we have Anonymous ×2, Chris, Milva, Eiffel, Jordan, MTC, Racer, Name, and Nell so far. So we have 11 people, and very shortly I'm sure she will get here. I'm going to try and see if she would like to do tomorrow night as well, but we'll have to find out. Okay, Amy has just gotten here, so I'm going to change right over to Q&A mode. And Amy, you're unmuted. You don't have to get into too much yet, simply because we are only 14 people, and it is 8:59. But between now and 8:15, you're going to see the volume go up in here significantly.
Oh, okay. No problem.
It's great to have you.
Well, I'm glad I could be out here, at least reach out to you and spread the word. So I'm really excited about this.
Oh, yes, most definitely. I ran a state-of-the-art at the time 16-track recording studio. It was 16 by 32 with an Allen and Heath board. Very nice little studio. And unfortunately, a divorce took that. But things happen. You have to move on.
Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. That seems like really good equipment to have.
Yeah, it was a Fostex half-inch machine right before they went over to digital. So, yeah, it was a beautiful machine. The $10,000 deck.
Well, they try to outsource anything. Everything is pretty much digitalized now.
Yeah.
So you can't find any components for anything anywhere.
No. So what do you use? I'm not going to go into your specifics, but do you use software to go after this stuff, or?
Yeah, basically what I do, I actually use free software. I actually license my software just for certification purposes,
Right.
but anybody could download this software for free. I basically use WavePad and Audacity to do a lot of the subliminal stuff, and then obviously like the forensic stuff goes with other different types of tools that I use, like for the media tag information and
I see.
yeah. So, but the processing is done just through Audacity and WavePad. I mainly use WavePad. That is my go-to. I only save secondary audio files using the Audacity because sometimes Audacity has clear components compared to WavePad, so I go back and forth between those two.
Right. Some components are better off for some purposes.
Right.
Right.
You gotta have different types of tools. There's all different types of formats to forensics, and there's different areas of forensics. My forensics is completely different than the standardized forensics. So, not through NIST. So, and there are a lot of forensic techniques that aren't standardized and that are still being used into the court systems too. It's just getting the information into the court systems, finding the lawyers for the victims that we're having the issues with. So once we find the lawyers, then we could get them into the court case because of all the evidence.
Okay, have you done any work for the police departments or law enforcement in general, or have you just worked outside?
Specifically outside. I don't work for any police department agency. I can work for them if I wanted to and apply for them. I would just hand them my resume and they would offer me services. That's how that goes as an outside technician. It's like a third-party contractor. I have had police officers, different insurance companies reach out for me for the video forensic portion of it, because they need a cleaned up audio or they needed a license plate number, something that was a private matter that they never called the police department to file a report for. So I've worked outside with different companies like that, but not directly with the police department, no.
Okay, and you mentioned that you are graduating.
Yes, I will have my digital forensics degree within 2 weeks. It's been a long year and a half for it. I've been working really, really hard towards it. And that's going to be, I have to go towards my certifications afterwards, my your comp, your networking. I want to get my ethical hacking certification so I could start doing the computer forensic side for the victims and the audio analysis portion of it, because most of it is proving that our computing devices are hacked on our devices, right? So to go after the digital forensic investigations degree is what I have or will have in 2 weeks. I will start being able to go after the certain certifications to start processing and proving that all of the systems are hacked and that there are people with some form of root connection to your mobile devices or computers, laptops, desktops, tablets.
Right. It's fantastic to have someone in the community who is a professional and not somebody that is claiming to do this and claiming to do that, but somebody who has been trained. And I'm sure you have already been and will be a fantastic asset to the community.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. And I still have some ways to go for certifications in specific fields, but it just takes all time. And COVID kind of shut a lot of things down on that end in that department where we can no longer have in-class training. So now it's all over Zoom meetings and conferences and trying to schedule things in to maintain those certifications too.
Now, to do that, what do you have to do? Do you have to recertify like every 2 years or 5 years or?
Well, that depends on your field, I guess. A lot of certifications have to be updated every 3 to 5 years. That is just because technology is rapidly changing, that there's new forensic techniques and different standards that are initiated and incorporated all the time into the different departments. There's different standards from a federal level to a state level. Each police department has their own standards too. So you also have to be trained on the tools that you're using. If you don't know how to use the proper tools, then how are you going to be proficient in a courtroom standing up saying, oh yeah, I just clicked this button? You're going to have to explain what that button does, why you processed it a certain way and aspect. So for at least in the digital field, every 3 to 5 years, your certifications have to get re-registered or additional training classes. Usually if there's updates on software programs, like a specific software that they're using, you have to get retrained on it too. And sometimes it just depends, like 1 or 2 hours worth of training is good enough for it, so you don't need like a 5-week training course.
Okay, that's fantastic. So you not only are you trained, but you'll be up to date on all the software and any and all refinements there too. That's really great to hear.
Mhm. And it's always good to learn new skills too, especially in the networking area, because we know for a fact that they're using radio towers to bound, and they frequency hop. What they call it's called frequency hopping and bounding, and they bounce from tower to tower to tower, and kind of like a GPS signal, it connects to the LAN network, right? So your GPS connects to the LAN network, and as you're traveling, it just connects to those towers, and it connects to those, so it stays in constant signal with each other, or your GPS system, or your mobile devices. So that's what they do too. They bound from tower to tower to tower in order to stay connected to you as you're traveling from one location to another.
Okay, when you investigate, we'll say, a frequency, how low are you able to go?
Frequencies are on a different level, because what I do more on that end is actually embedded telecommunications. So reading the frequencies, I probably got as low as 90,000 hertz.
Okay.
Yeah. They could go really, really, really low. All of this is on the subliminal level, and even the frequency bandwidth that they're using is the submarine channel. So those are for law enforcement and military channels that they're actually producing their sounds and everything on. But embedded telecommunications have to deal with a lot of people's mobile devices. What are you recording the video on? What are you making the audio on? Is it a computer system? Is it a software like WavePad? Are you using an audio recorder downloaded on your phone? Are you using the regular video camera that is embedded into your system, or using an outside source? Are you using GoPros? Are you using dash cams? Are you using a handheld audio recorder or a camcorder? So each one of these devices that you actually use will have and hold different frequencies on them, so there's no proper determination on, and every target is different. It's not that they're the same, but they're different in their tactics of what they use. Like one person could be tapping into the house because it's a copper house using an AC hacking technique, which is an older, modern technique that is not used today by most criminals. So they have to adjust to each one of the victims have. Is your Wi-Fi always turned off? Do you never use it? Are you connected directly into your router, into your home when you use your Wi-Fi? Is it connected through your mobile device? So each one and how you're connecting will determine on actually how they're attacking you. Does that make sense?
Okay, a lot of TIs complain of their data being disconnected or erased.
Okay.
Now, how are they doing?
Computer systems? Basically what they're doing is they're performing a root connection to your phone. There's some form of application system inside your phone, and all these chips and processors inside the phones too have sensors built into their systems. So basically what they do is they access those through the applications that people are downloading on your phone. When you have Facebook or Twitter accounts or anything that allows you to view your friends' contact list, listen into audio, those can be changed by using your commands with a root connection onto your phone to do and perform specific actions. Like I could perform a root connection to your phone, connect remotely, and view and listen to you, and you would have no clue that I would be doing that to you by just typing in through the command prompts: remote listening, remote viewing, thermal imaging. It depends on their equipment that they're using, but it's easily done through different law enforcement techniques. Law enforcement officers use DAC systems for it. That is one of the main equipment that they use for it. But there's different types of equipment and software out there, and there's different modules that you could use. There's probably over 1,000 different modules and plugins that could collect data and information directly from your accounts. And they're data mining us, or they're data mining and collecting all that information, and what they're doing is they're selling them to the big tech companies. They make big money off that. They don't sit there and analyze the data there. The data is being transferred from one location to another to be stored within their database systems, and they'll have another person analyze it.
Okay, we have, there's a couple of different ways we can do this. We're in Q&A mode now. And what you can do is when a question comes up, I can say, well, Amy, we have someone that would like to ask you a question. Would you like to do that now, or would you like to continue the way you are going for a while, or?
I'm open up for Q&A. I can't promise that I could answer every question, but I'll try my best.
I'm sure you will. Okay, we have a question from an anonymous. Go ahead. You are unmuted. Anonymous?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes I have trouble with my speakers. Yeah, as far as the way they hit us with these signals, does that seem to have anything to do with the computer itself? Because I initially thought it did. So I unplugged my Wi-Fi. I unplugged the whole computer. I stayed away from signals for a long time because I thought that computer was how they were hitting me. I got rid of my cell phone. I went and slept out in my car. I stayed in my parents' backyard. I stayed away from the Wi-Fis and signals as much as possible for a year. In my situation, if I go out in the woods, they're still hitting me. I even fled to the Amish with no electricity. Do you think that what they're putting through our computers has anything to do with the targeting itself and not data collection?
Through the computer?
Yeah, the way the signals actually hit us.
No, because their computer systems, they actually run off of a computer system themselves, right? So they have different ways to connect to you. And it could be you may have a microchip or a sensor or some form, even nanotechnology could be used. I have found evidence of both biosensors and microchips being used inside of a person. But once again, it goes within your targeting. Drones could be used too as well to track and trace you. They can put an audio tracker using a frequency beam. Now, just because you don't have any mobile devices or computer systems on you doesn't mean that they're still not using the radio towers within those vicinities. They have radio towers all over the place, even inside the Amish. And even connecting to them, their beams could actually travel for over 2 miles. So if they want to perform that direct connection, they'll find some way to get that direct connection to you. They don't necessarily need your computer to access you. They have different avenues to do that too. So, but you have to look at your surroundings. A lot of people say, oh, I was out in the water. Well, there's buoys out in the water. There's tons of satellite systems out in the ocean. There's different types of drones with solar panels, so they could keep a charge and not recharge them all the time. They don't have to come to a home base. What they do have to do is stay within that range of the controller. So depending on the military weapons or how specifically they're targeting you, I wouldn't know exactly until I do an analysis. But as for your computer system, there are ways that they do hook up through the computer system. There are chips and processors within the computer systems too that they could easily tap into. As for the data mining, they're collecting that off of using specific software. They use medical equipment. When they're sending those frequencies beams to you, they're able to extract and read those readings. And they get your heartbeat monitor. They could also do EEG readings too. And that software also collects that information as well. So whether you think that it's not collecting your data, it is collecting it, bringing it back to the software using RFID chips. You're connecting one sensor to the other and connecting those signals together to transfer the data. So, and when data is transferred, it's transferred through packets, right? Through the air, waves. And that's how they send the signals back and forth to the database and the data center. So we are being censored and data mined all the time, whether you realize it or not. It is a lot of medical equipment, but that's how they tell if we're lying or not. A lot of people with V2K will say, oh, they know my thoughts, they could tell when I'm lying. Well, that's because they're monitoring your heart and your EEGs. Same thing with law enforcement when they do a lie detector test. They hook you up to those panels and they monitor your heart rate and your EEG levels in order to get a reading to say if you were lying or not. So did I answer your question?
Yeah, so they don't necessarily need the computer.
No,
that's what I was asking.
They are using the computer component, but you don't necessarily need the computer. They don't necessarily need you to have a computer in order to do it now.
Okay, and if they put stuff in our computer, what are they looking for? I mean, I'm not talking about the general data mining. I know that's employed on the general public. They're developing profiles, advertising for a lot of reasons.
Right.
But as far as targets, if they
research.
Put stuff in our computer, what are they looking for?
If they're putting stuff into your computers, they
I've
could be looking at anything to be blackmailing you. Anything to come over that they could use against you into the court system. They modify and alter a lot of evidence.
Okay, yeah, I've heard targets say that they have stuff like from the biomedical companies hacking in their computer, and I was wondering, that's what I wondered, if they can get all these readings off us just out of thin air, why the hell are they even bothering?
Well, they still have to have a target to read those readings. You can't get a reading without a subject.
Well, yeah, I know, but they said they monitor our web searches, and I mean, there's a lot of theories. But okay, yeah, you did answer my question because I have a Wi-Fi. I thought about disconnecting it, but I have somebody staying with me. It kind of needs it.
Right.
And if it's not going to help any, there's just no point. Because I'm
do
in
you
an
have your
apartment.
own router?
Yeah.
Do you have, or do you rent it out through your service provider?
Actually, I rent it out, but they can disconnect it. I had it disconnected until I let my friends stay.
Okay. Well, the best way to do that is if you need Wi-Fi, the best thing to do is actually go into your router system and do a reconfiguration. You have to make sure that you put in the IP addresses of all your electronic devices within that router, okay? So your TV has an IP address. You have to make that known inside your router. A Bluetooth speakerphone, that has an IP address. You have to plug that into your router to known and unknown devices. You could also disable your 5G. You could work only off of a 2.4. There's no reason you have to be connected to a 5G. If you have the V2K, it diminishes it as soon as you disconnect that 5G network inside your router. So I actually do have suggestions on my website that can teach you how to do that, or you could call me and I could go over it step by step with you.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it because
to do that.
I was in a situation where I was really convinced that, based on the research I had, that it was hitting me through that damn computer. I kept myself as far away from signals, and I'm in an apartment. But I can be out in the woods. It doesn't seem to change crap.
Right. That's because there are towers everywhere, even in the woods. We may not be walking next to them, but there are towers along that route.
That's when I figured out it was probably a satellite. And
satellite or drone. It could be both. I have captured satellite communications. It just depends. Once again, that just depends on what you're doing at that time. Even vehicles have sensors inside that vehicle. A lot of people don't realize that there's 14 sensors inside your car, one for the starter, one for the alternator, one for your tires. So they get readings and levels and send it back to the manufacturers to get information on how things are running. So
in my situation, I literally get pounded with that weapon. It just never stops. I can feel it pulsing through me. It doesn't seem to make a lot of difference where I am. It seems irrelevant. Even when I was with the Amish, it didn't seem to change much. That's why I was wondering if it would be any advantageous to go through the trouble of the 5G, because it doesn't matter where I am. It just doesn't seem to matter.
Well, all you do is try. There's no hurt in trying, and it's not something you have to buy or purchase. It's just something that you have to say disconnect.
Okay, yeah, I'll try it. Okay, thank you. That answers my question. You hear so many theories, and you wonder how the hell they're doing it, why they're doing it, what are they getting out of it, and how to make it stop. And I've tried the shielding. I'm sure I'm in the same boat as everybody else. Thanks. You've been very nice. If I could talk to you, I'd appreciate it. That's what they keep talking about, stuff being planted on our computer and all this, and hacking our computers and collecting all this data. I'm like, why would they bother if they can just get it off my brain? But they may be onto something. That's the questions. Okay, thanks. You've been very nice. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Anonymous. We actually have another Anonymous. Go ahead, Anonymous. You're unmuted.
Okay, I know how much you love Anonymous's Frank. Okay, I have two things I want to do to comment. You used the word alter the data a couple minutes ago. Could just expound on that for a little bit?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Okay, Anonymous, you're not coming in very well.
Are you on speaker away from your phone?
An implant?
I heard.
Okay, Anonymous, you need to stop. You're not coming in very well. Can you do something to rectify that?
Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, that's better.
That's good, right there. Now you can speak.
Okay, you couldn't hear me?
No.
Okay, I just wanted you to expound on the phrase alter the data that you just said. How do they alter it? And then the lady that was just asking the question about 5G affecting her, if she has an implant, that make a difference then on the 5G effect?
Absolutely it does, because actually 5G has a better signal than the 2.4, so it's actually stronger. They could only travel a short distance, though, a lot shorter. Actually, a lot of 5G towers only, I believe, travel about 100 meters up to 150 meters, I believe. They have to have close towers back and forth to each other. So it actually does dampen the effects because it weakens it. You guys are sending out so many different signals between the 5G and the 2.4. You're not allowing as many people onto a single channel for your bandwidth. Even lowering your bandwidth could help you in your targeting. Signals and bandwidth, what they do, the wider the bandwidth, right, the more people it overlaps, the more people can connect to it. The smaller the bandwidth, people actually have to move closer to you and able to connect to your Wi-Fi too. So it's always smart to lower your bandwidth in your router configurations as well, to make sure that there is no overcrossing of signals, because the wider it's outside of your home. So your signal is intercepted by your neighbor's signal and so forth. So they're overlapping each other. And if you separate that, you actually get better speed, better quality, because you have no one interfering with that signal. So when you're disconnecting it, like from the 5G and the 2.4, you're even making it harder for them to connect to you, because a lot of their systems are run off of 5G now. And they don't want to go back. They want to advance their technology. So some of their equipment, they'll have to find a different way and tactic to antagonize you. So it's always good to do that, at least through my suggestion. And then what was the other question about the sensors and the, or you had two
you
questions?
said they all, this was early on in your answer to the other lady, that you said they alter the data.
Oh, yes. Okay, so when they collect the data and information, data actually goes into a lot of different categories. It could be your contact list, it could be email addresses, it could be passwords, it could be simple things like videos and audios, right? So what they do is they live stream audio, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mhm.
Okay. Thought Frank was jumping in there for a second. They're live streaming these audios and videos, and when they have that root connection, they could actually copy your videos and audios too. And since they have that direct copy because you saved it into their phone, it's easy to cut and edit and modify all that information. They can manipulate it right then and there, and that's how they're gaining access, because they have that root connection onto your cell phones. And that's where a lot of people store their evidence. So they could change a video to a JPEG. They could, all they do is have to use like some form of GIF converter, or, they could change, they could alter it in different ways just so you don't have it anymore. They could cut a specific section out and then reinstall it back onto your video without you even looking at it or realizing it. That's where a lot of the media tag information comes from when I'm doing the analysis process, is we have to look at that, making sure that it's an original audio or video and that there's no manipulation within that process too.
Okay, Anonymous, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Bartow, Florida. Go ahead, you are now unmuted.
Yes, I was talking in regards to going back to the phone. Mine just happened this week, but it happened. Can you hear me?
Can you down, please?
Let's see if I can do that. I'm on one now, so if it's too loud, I'll just have to go on mute.
Go ahead, Matt.
Okay. They keep deleting my phone history. I ended up getting a phone call, and I have a flip phone, and they keep having like a triangle with a explanation point, and it says CMAS. It usually kind of tells you on the front of the phone who's calling. But then at times I'll get that triangle in that. So then I opened up my phone and answered, and then I said, hello, hello, and then noticed no one answered. And then when my phone mentioned that I had one missed call, so then I went into my call history, and they deleted my whole call history. And I'm wondering how they can do that, and what is the triangle with the explanation point in the middle saying CMAS?
I've actually never experienced the triangle and the, what did you describe it?
It's a triangle with the explanation point in the middle of the triangle, and then below it's in all capital letters, CMAS. And then they delete my whole phone history, so I don't even know who I missed a call on.
Well, GMS, okay. GMS has to deal with your network.
All I know is I have consumer cellular, and they said they can't do anything.
So you probably didn't have a triangulation with your tower and able to connect with your cell phone. So you weren't able to connect to your network.
But I think what it is what is my problem, and I won't have, I've been changing my phones, and it's just been nothing but a nightmare. But I do know I have some military communication experts involved in playing with my phones and my computer.
Yeah,
but I'm just wondering if there's anything I can do to prevent it.
That would have to
and I was
do
just
with
trying
the
to
signal.
figure out what the triangle with the explanation point is, but you did explain that well.
Yeah, because there's different networks. There's GMS, there's GPS, there's GSM, there's CDMA, there's COAP, there's VoIP systems, there's all different, there's BLE, there's BLETE, there's all these different types of networks that are built into our phone. So that is a network, and depending on your make and model, I would actually have to look at your specifications for that of your mobile device. That would give me more of an in-depth answer, but that triangulation with the explanation point to the GSM, did you say? GMS? Sorry. Is the connection to your network. So you're unable to connect to that network. You're not getting a direct signal. You're not going to be able to make calls. As for deleting your call browser history, I probably picked up a number that they didn't want you to see. I try to take screenshots of unknown callers right away, and I block them too. That way they're not able to get into your phone. Or there's actually a really good application, but you said you had a basic phone, not a touch screen or an Android or an iPhone.
Right, yeah, I have a flip phone.
So some flip phones are able to download applications, not all of them. But that they have
I have no internet on my phone. I had them turn it off.
Right? You're able to take pictures and videos too?
I can take pictures and videos, but I don't have the internet on my phone.
Well, you could still connect it to your computer system and extract those files, correct? Or do you have an SD card that is saved to them? When you're also saving evidence, you want to make sure, for instance, you could take out your SD card at any given point in time within your mobile devices. Now these days in technology, they're no longer making the SD cards available. They're building them into the systems as an external aspect. So you're going to have one drive and two drive, or two different compartments where they're going to be stored, compartment storage A and compartment storage B, right? And that's going to be easier for them, but it makes it harder for us. If you could set in your configurations within your cell phone to transfer all your files to the SD card. So if you take a screenshot right away, it will go directly to your SD card, and then you could take it out of your phone and actually hold it on your person until you need it again. So that's one way that you could help save some evidence on that aspect.
Yeah, I don't have an SD card. And here lately when I take pictures, because I was taking pictures of, because I get physically abused by these people too. So I was taking pictures of, my bruises or when they blister my chest and all that. Now when I take a picture, now that it automatically fades. And then when I go to in adjustments to my camera, a lot of the places are shaded out now that were never shaded before. So like when you go take a picture right before you hit the button, it looks perfect. As soon as you hit the button, it automatically fades.
Well, they could have been easily, once again, if they got tools like Photoshop, or easily they could also change the filters using your phone too.
That's what they're doing. So when I went into my filters, it used to have a couple of choices. Now they're all shaded except automatic. But automatic should work, but I mean it's not. It's as soon as you take a picture, it's like really faded.
Right. That might have to be a settings configuration. We would have to look at the settings to see what they are within your phone.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting a new phone again because they got it all jazzed up. I mean, they got a bunch of areas that were active and now they're all shaded. And when they're shaded, you can't access them no more.
Well, how badly?
I don't know how they
do that. Is it just like a shadow effect, or is it like an edge effect, or is it like one part of it is completely blacked out? See, it's hard for me to help with digital evidence.
Completely blacked out. It's like I said, it's shaded. You can't click on it anymore.
Okay.
I just probably need to get a new phone. You answered my question. I'll let someone else ask.
Okay.
I was just telling you that's what they've done. They made my adjustments on my phone where you can no longer activate that feature. It's blacked out. I mean, you can still see it. It's shaded, but you can't activate it. But thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Okay, next question. Barry, you are unmuted.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hi, how is everyone tonight?
Very good.
That's good. I have a few questions, if that's okay. One of my concerns has always been how they are able to get us with me. Specifically, they're always keeping me sexually stimulated, and it's very embarrassing. It's kind of it's really bothersome to me. I'm just wondering how they're doing that, and is there anything specifically I can do to minimize that or to, protect myself from that?
Well, this is okay. Depending on, once again, this has to go with the equipment that they're using for you. What type of devices do you have in your bedroom? May I ask? Do you have a
In my
radio
bedroom.
system, lamp? What type of light bulbs do you have?
I have in my kitchen, I have spotlights. I'm not sure exactly. Maybe they're eco-friendly bulbs, I believe. My fridge does make a lot of weird noises, like really hard tap noises for no reason, I noticed. I also have a phone and a tablet.
Okay.
And then, of course, my TV and
Basics. So you don't have any outlandish sites. Is it always in one specific location, or is it everywhere inside your home?
No, everywhere.
Okay. So a lot of the times they put an audio tracker onto their heads, and they actually use a frequency beam. Okay, and these frequency beams, they're able to transmit to specific areas of our head. Now, I'm sure you guys all have heard this before, and it's true. A lot of your targeting that everybody is complaining about is absolutely true, even from the alien portions to it to the Satanism portion. It's just you have to learn the difference in the different techniques. Now, the frequency beams, what they do is they usually those are transmitted through a drone. What they do is they produce a signal or a tone, which is usually the letter G. And the letter G actually is a basic tone that they could use, kind of like a garage door opener. It sends that tone to the door opener in order to open it, right? So they gain this access using that frequency beam, and they're able to connect to different locations of your body to the nervous system. So there's three major there's actually thousands of different nervous systems in our bodies, but there's like three major components. The optical ones, which is where they control the RNM and the AI, or your eyes, your nose, your lips, your movements. And then there's, I believe it's called the collateral. Don't quote me on that. But they connect to that nervous system that actually travels down, sends the signals back down to the spine, to our genital areas. One victim that I did an analysis for is because they want to get you sexually stimulated. This poor victim, they stimulated him just so they could watch him masturbate. And then they take the videos and they live stream them, and then they sell them to all the pedophiles and the rapists and things like that for additional money. Nice. They have a hosting system. They use cloud services where they could host in people, and people pay money to fly the drones, attack, play games with the weapon systems on us. So they specifically could target those specific areas. And it's to cause a person pain, and it's to embarrass them and do those type of things, but they want to get you stimulated to cause you to do those acts so they could collect those videos and make even further money off of it.
Oh, wow. That's so sad. Yeah, because they're doing that to me all the time, and I pray a lot to try and not give into anything that is unclean. And I sometimes keep myself awake just so I don't, because you're so stimulated that you just, and I'm a single mom. I'm not seeing anyone. I'm not having sex or anything like that. So, and I know they attack my son also. He goes to the bathroom a lot. Like, I think they're trying to mess with his bowels, because as soon as he eats, he has to run to the bathroom. They sleep deprive him as well. He is 15.
They could also be doing stimulation to him as well. That's probably why his stomach hurts all the time. And that will call cause IBS. Because once again, he is a child, he is underage, and that's where the pedophilia and the sex trafficking comes in. Kids at that age are also starting to get sexually active and interested, so they even have further people that they can view and watch at the same time. So we could prove this for you and your son. It just depends on how exactly they're doing it. Whether the mobile phones have, once again, the remote viewing. They could have a 360-degree look just from you placing your phone down on the table. Anybody's in the move. They could hack into anybody's in a restaurant and remotely review you from a different person's cell phone if they couldn't hack in if you left your cell phone in the car. So they could hack into the network, and networking is where it's at. So they are using the dirty electricity, the components, the appliances. The coil systems are actually built. And I haven't tried this out yet, but I was thinking electrical tape around the coil systems of all of the appliances will actually help the RF signals. I haven't tried it yet. It's just a theory of mine. I haven't really had the simplification to wrap electrical tape all around my fridge and test it out. But those will help cut down those radio signals, the RF signals that are controlling your son. I'm sorry to hear that. I deal with a lot of rape cases, and it just sickens me to hear the things that I hear when it. Sorry, it's getting me choked up because you hear a lot of nasty, horrible things with the children when I'm doing the analysis for that, and it's just disgusting. It really, really is disgusting.
Yeah, it's really sad. I am suffering and my son is suffering. My daughter, they don't attack as much. I don't know if because she's under, maybe they are, and I don't know. But my son is really, really suffering, and I see it. I try, and they might control him to really get mad sometimes, even if I bring up, like, if he was younger, I could do, I could shield his room more to protect him, but he doesn't believe in it, and they might control him to get really angry when I talk about it. So I have to find tricky ways to try and shield and protect him, and it's really, really hard. It's really hard for me.
I know that LED lights, and I know a lot of people say no, LED lights are bad, but it actually does distort the signals. It won't block them, but it'll distort them to where they can't get clear pictures or images anymore. They have to be a basic LED, not make sure it has no color changing effects to it or dimmers, because that's where your sensors and the easy access is. They have to be plain, non-white LED lights, and if you replace your bulbs, that will help. So it does distort the signals. I have done an audio analysis for somebody that created the hum bars on their screen, and I had to figure out their hum bars, why the LED light was creating that effect, and I figured it out. And it's because it's distorting their signals and their connections to it. So it does distort the pictures and images and allows them not to get a good view of you. It won't help protect you, but at least it'll help distort their evidence or the things that they're collecting from you.
Oh, okay. Well, I really appreciate it very much. I always thought there was some kind of sex trafficking theme to my targeting, but you've really explained it a lot better for me. So I really appreciate that. I'm just wondering, is it possible for me to get your number and also maybe your website also, because I have some concerns that, like with the 5G network, and you're talking about the router and all that stuff, I'm really not, you know, I have very little knowledge of those things, and I'd like a little bit more help, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely. I'm open for anyone to give me a call, even you perpetrators out there. My phone number is 815-307-4619. My email address is all capital A, IMEES, capital A, UDIOS, Amy's Audios at protonmail.com. And then my website is www.amysaudios.com.
www.amysaudios.com. AIMEESAUDIOS.com. I really, really appreciate that. I will definitely give you a call. Thank you so much for your help.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Our next question is from Stephen.
Hi, this is Steve from Ohio. I don't want to get too much in the weeds. I just want to make a comment, and other callers may want to follow up and get in the weeds, but I'm just going to say, if I apply for a job online, a lot of times today everybody wants you to apply online for a job. If I try to type in and fill out the form and stuff, the perps move my cursor around and won't let me fill out the application. And, you know, I don't want to get in the technical weeds or anything, but I just want you to know that that's happening in my case, and maybe it's happening to others too.
Now,
thanks.
Oh, you're welcome. Now, to comment on that, actually, there are actually multiple different avenues that a lot of people configure, and I'm not saying this is in your case. I'm just saying in general. A lot of people think they're technology, technically wise. Are you using a trackpad for
I don't even know what that is.
I
just got a laptop, simple laptop. I guess it's what do you call it? Operating system. I don't even know. Google or Microsoft.
Well, it might be an alignment or a sensitivity issue in there. Sometimes when you're typing on a keyboard, your wrist could hit specific parts of the keypad.
No, it's not that. It's definitely not that. If I'm typing an email to and the same thing with emails. If I type a sensitive email about a sensitive subject to somebody, they'll play with, they'll move my cursor around and I'll start typing my email.
Do you have a wireless mouse or?
Yeah, it's wireless. Well, it's plugged in, but it's a wireless mouse. Yeah, the mouse is wireless, but the system.
Try a wireless. A direct connection will actually help you 10 times better than anything wireless.
Yeah.
So one with a cable. I know it's probably not as easy to move around and things with it, but
I just put up with it.
Is always better than a wireless.
Yeah, I kind of figured that, but I just kind of put up with it, and I'll bet you there's other people that have that situation too. But yeah, if I type about a sensitive subject to somebody, they'll mess with my email, and I'll have to go back and repeat and retype, sentences and stuff. I'm sure it's not the technology, the machinery, or the hardware, software. I'm certain it's the perps.
Oh, it probably is. I'm just saying there could be other avenues that could cause those issues too. I didn't say that wasn't directly towards you.
Okay.
I'm saying in general. Because even people say, oh, my TV is flickering. Well, have you ever thought if there's a short in your cable? Even changing the HDMI cables out, they get worn down after a moment in time. So any loose connection is going to make your screen black in and black out all the time. It doesn't
I understand all that. Yeah.
So, right. So you could try it could be something even with the laser inside of the mouse, because usually they work off of
yeah, it does. It works. Yeah.
Right. There's an RF connection from the USB.
But I'm positive in my case this is perps doing it, because before I was targeted, I never had problems like this.
Right.
So I'm sure it's the perps.
Right. A wired connection is always better than wireless.
Yeah, and I'm the kind of TI that just, I don't think I'm getting gang stalked at all, but I'm for 6 years now I've been getting hit with frequencies 24/7, into my brain. But I'll let you go talk to the next caller though.
Okay, I just wanted to say, Stephen, that if this is a laptop with an external mouse, the haptics might be set very high, and when you pass your palm over it, it might be activating it.
Sensitivity issues too.
I don't think so.
Well, that happens.
Well, thanks, but you know in your gut when something's happening, and I know it's the perps. But thanks. I'll let you go to the next caller.
Okay, Steve. Next caller is Nadine. Go ahead, Nadine. You're unmuted.
Hi. My name's Nadine, and I hardly ever talk during the calls. I just wanted to thank you because you seem like such a nice person, and I just really wanted to thank you because you just seem like such a nice person.
Oh.
And I was just wondering also if I could have your phone number and email address too, because I missed it. I didn't have a pen.
Oh, sure. Do you got one now?
Yeah, I do.
It's 815.
Okay.
307.
307.
4619.
4619. Yeah, I hardly ever talk during the calls, but I just can't believe how I just was so touched by how kind you're being to us and everything, answering our questions.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad to help out. I actually did want to respond to the gentleman with that mouse issue. I'm doing an analysis right now for a person with the same issue. So once I'm finished with it, I could give you a little bit more advice and get back onto you that topic matter. I could let Frank know and send him an email and let you know the results to that, if that's something that you're interested in, or the other guy. So either that or text me and I'll make sure to answer that too, privately.
Okay, Nadine, does that cover it for you?
Yeah, if I could have her email too. I know it's Proton Mail, but just the beginning of
audios. Capital A-I-M-E-E-S. Capital A-U-D-I-O-S.
E-I-O-S. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, next we have Anonymous. Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Yeah, you mentioned, is this legally admissible? Have you ever won a court case? Has a TI ever tried to use this evidence in court?
Right now, in court, I have 2 victims that have lawyers with reports and the audio evidence for it. So it is admissible in court. Have they gone to court yet? No, because they're still working on collecting further evidence. A lot of mine are what you consider a preliminary investigation, right? So basically, I could capture names, information, software, equipment from drones, even if they're using an electric motor, if they're using convection within that electric motor, if they're using a mobile electric phone, or they're using a ham radio. So a lot of times with those names, they have to subpoena evidence and do name associations and try to collect further information based off of my results. So they have lawyers. They are in the court systems. Has it gone to court yet? Not yet. We're still collecting more evidence based off of the findings, but it's coming. And as soon as it is, they have to create laws based on the discoveries of the forensic analysis. 2 of my reports are in with the FBI right now, but it also goes on what you do as a victim with yours. If you're just going to sit on it and do nothing with it, then it's not going to help you any. But if you go out, go get this help, then you're going to have better results than most of the other people. There are military that are helping some of these people. Some, even a person out in Oregon has gotten a bill proposal started through the governor. So a couple people are taking the reports to do a city council meeting, going in front and talking about the crimes that are being committed. So there's different avenues and routes that you could use it for, even to prove a false medical diagnosis too. So if somebody's saying you're schizophrenic and I find evidence that you're not schizophrenic, it is V2K because I caught BCI technology with heart monitors and EEG readings, then that proves the neural link connection.
Okay, yeah, because, well, actually, I was in the hospital once, and I did mention it to a nurse practitioner. And this is the largest hospital in this area. It's a psych ward. And she was very knowledgeable about it. I brought literature in, and she knew all about it. She said, I know all about it. She just glanced at it. She goes, I know all about it. I know they have the capability to do it. She goes, but my problem is I can't tell if they're doing it to anybody. And she said, I have a lot of patients complain. She didn't act like it's nuts. She knew. She already knew. What I'm saying is if she has had a lot of patients complain, that means they know about it and they've heard about it. I'm sure she's not exclusive. But another problem I've heard about TIs is you can't get a lawyer to take her case.
That is true. A lot of lawyers, like I'm red flagged. Do you know how many lawyers I've called? I've tried to get lawyers every single time. I don't even tell them what I'm doing. They just say, here's your money back. I can't talk to you. So it is. It's really, really hard, and that's our problem in the community. If anybody wants to ever go back to school that has a BA degree, become a lawyer. Help the TI community out.
Yeah, and I mean, I hate to sound like a downer. I've heard of, people dying, which is really scary. And also, but the thing is, they're taking out my mind now. I was going to ask you something. Yeah, that's one of the brick walls TIs run up against. And, I mean, who do you think this really goes back to? You hear so many theories. How do you get the government to help? They keep saying the government, the FBI, the military is behind it. And they threaten people.
Some are. Not all of them. I've actually heard audios in the background where FBI are actually trying to help the victim. They weren't part of the targeting. So whoever that victim was, thank you for your help and support, but at this time, there's good guys and there's bad guys. A lot of this does go back to the DOD. I've linked a lot of the people that I've helped either have some form of connection back to the DOD. That's where they're data mining and all the military equipment and the uses. They're selling it out for people.
That's where it gets bizarre, is because mine went through stages. Mine started out like a religious experience, and it got really bizarre really quick. And for a while there, they told me there were some good guys trying to get the bad guys out of my head. And I'm big. At some point, you just throw up your hands because it doesn't stop, and you think it's just the perp screwing with me again.
Right, and there are different programs. They actually, what I've discovered so far, I've discovered 5 different programs they use. Even through the B2K and the AI system, there's an authoritative program where it talks only about authority. We are the FBI. We're here to kill you. And then if you imagine car sirens will go off in your head. It's captured. It is provable. Another one is the political one. Oh, well, we work for the Obama administration, or we hate Trump. It's social engineering tactics. So what is happening out in the world today is actually social engineering. They're manipulating people's thoughts, bodies, and actions to perform different acts, even amongst the community. I've this back going through serial killers to prove the targeting back all the way to MK Ultra.
You know, Jay Dyer, he did it. He does like religious things, and he did a piece about serial killers. Like most of them have ties to the CIA, military, the satanic cults. If you start checking around,
Army, Manson, Army. Who was it? The female, FBI. FBI was big into the female. The one that slept with them and then called rape. I forgot her name.
I found another TI who went through the same thing. I had never heard of targeted individuals. I never heard the term. I didn't know there was such a thing as electronic weapons. I was walking around the block in 2007, and it had been gone for a while. And, yeah, Frank, it's me. And I felt something physically hitting me. And it was the people in my head who told me it's targeted individuals, it's gang stalking, it's that harp. And I found out the perps in my head lie a lot, but sometimes they do tell the truth.
Absolutely. Some of them do tell the truth, and some of them don't.
I ran into another targeted individual I talked to, and she said the same thing happened to her. That it was the people in her head who told her about this. So I'm not the only one. Okay, I was just wondering if we'd stand up in court, because that's another brick wall you run into. And, yeah, that's what I said. You run into a lot of theories. And there's so much information out there, and you just try to wade through it, and you're getting tortured to death while trying to do it. And then they up it, and then they threaten you. And you wonder who's in your head. I mean, apparently that AI has passed the test. They have a formal name for it. It can pass for human. And you don't even know if it's a real person. Is it AI talking to us? I mean, I don't even know if it's real people. I have no idea who that is.
Let me explain some of the different. This will give you a better understanding. Okay, everybody's targeting is different. Whether they say, "Oh no, it's demons. These are demons." Well, there's people in the background going, "We are Luciferian. We are Satan's keepers. We're going to murder and sell your blood." Things like that, okay? So even that makes it seem demonic. And you'll hear music in the background going, la, 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 la. Creepy stuff like that. Even people who believe in aliens, you could hear the special effects that they're using in the background to sound like aliens. We are aliens. We're going to take you away. So these people, or the victims, start believing that theory. What they use is actually called a programmable keyboard, okay? They're able to install effects into these keyboards and hit certain letters and notes to create certain tones, voices, images, or not images. Well, they could be images, depending on your targeting experience. Things like holograms, R&M. So they play these digital tones. So if you hear a baby crying in the background, that's going to be an effect that is stored into the keyboard. A mother who just had a miscarriage, they will play the baby crying so that mom hears that baby crying all the whole entire time so she commits suicide. Their end goal is to manipulate you to get you to say, to perform these actions, right? So the programmable keyboards, they could also program your family voices into them. So if you notice, whenever you walk into a different room, it always sounds like your family members that are attacking you. Well, let me tell you, it's not your family members. It's the voice that they programmed into their keyboard settings and are playing certain tones. So that's where the social engineering comes in from, is because they're they can manipulate you. Same thing with planes flying overhead. There's over 1 million different effects that they're using. And they're also using what they call a voice changer or a voice box, right? So what this does is allows you to wear a headset, and then you speak into a microphone. So your voice is manipulated into that effect as well. So you could make it sound robotic. You could make it sound like a chipmunk. You could make it sound like birds chirping in the air. You could cover it up and make it sound like an alien or a motorcycle. You could create the wah-wah effect, womp, 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 womp. And that is what you're hearing is actually those people talking in the background using those effects.
Yeah, I've had rock music playing in my head.
Right, and that's how they do it.
And it sounds just like it's playing on the radio.
They have their own interfaces that they're working off too. So they have their files and folders. So they'll have a playlist of music or something that they can easily download and install, and then they'll play that music in the head. Usually they play the music in the head because they don't want you to hear what's going on in the background. So they're trying to cover it up while they're working on the system. Or their system, it might be a fail-safe. A lot of times I find that they're having troubles and issues with their equipment and software. They bum off of each other all the time. Get off of my line. No, I'm going to drop you. You better not. And they argue in the background because they're stealing each other's information from each other as well as stealing ours. So
now, I heard, how long do you think it takes them to crack our brain? I mean, I've heard they had their eyes on us for years before they actually start. I've heard they could just slip in and out of people's brains. Do you know anything about that?
No, I think once you're connected, you're connected. There is no turning it, flipping it on and off. They could from a certain standpoint, but the only way that I've known it to go is through the transformers.
Well, I guess my question is, they decide for whatever reason, you're in this program now. How long does it take before they make the decision that we're going to do this to that person, and they crack your brain and access it? I've heard that it takes a long time, and I've heard they can just pop into people's brains and go on to somebody else.
I'm not sure how long. I think the older generation is more susceptible. I think that's because of the different things that are within the vaccines now compared to when you were in the 70s and 80s when they were safer. So it all depends on the person and the targeting and what is going on with that person. I mean, now they're putting GMOs into our foods. Now they have GMO mosquitoes where they kill the mosquitoes and their spawn. Well, that has transfer. That blood transfers from the mosquito to the bite. They're through different insects too. So, and able to incorporate it into the systems, they're developing that AI software right now. That's where the neural links come from. It's input, output, right? So they're taking it in. They have to see what you're seeing, the pictures and images for the neural linking, which is based off of nodes. And then what it does is they have to conform that to create a better picture. So once they have, and then they sell that data and information to the companies, like your big tech companies, that are creating these softwares and their programs, and they're happy to buy it because then they don't have to pay the normal wage. But so they're doing all sorts of experiments, and it just depends on who you are, how they're doing it, and so forth. As for an exact amount of time, there's no way to tell. One person could be more susceptible than the other person.
Yeah, that's what I said. You hear all types of theories. Some people say, it takes years. They size you up, and it takes years for them to figure out how to crack your brain, get in there, and do what they're going to do. And other people say, no, they can just get it out of people's brains. They don't have to size you up. They can just, bam, Okay, thanks.
Oh, you're welcome.
But I'm saying they have so much control of my physiology.
Your physiology, how?
My body. My legs, my arms, they've got control of it.
Well, a lot of it is also muscle movement, too. You could only, if you're walking around and you're moving around, the harder it is going to be for them controlling you because you're moving your body functions on a normal functionality. But if you're just sitting around and not doing anything, you're an easier target.
Yeah, because I mean, like, my parents would tell me not to go over there before 11. I mean, this is just one example. I'd wake them up, and they'd get me over there at 9:30. I couldn't stop it. I mean, when I could tell Dad, hey, I got this thing in my head, and it's making me come here. So they just get pissed. No, it's like they jerk on the, like when I'm trying to type, I can feel them,
well, you have to learn
pulling
how
on
to
my nerves and stuff like that. They could take my hand and make me click something closed.
And I have found evidence of that. And one person was completely moving their head in a circle. Turn your head left, and then she would jerk her head left. Turn your head right, and they would jerk the head right.
It's like they have control of my eyes. If they want me to look at something, I'm going to look at it. They got control of my physiology. They close up my throat.
Right,
they put pressure on
through the nervous system. And once again, that goes from the brain stem to the nervous system and controlling your nervous systems. That means you have to have a chip or a microprocessor in there. You're probably easily more manipulative or easily controlled than other people and factors.
Yeah,
a lot of it.
I'm sorry, they put pressure on my head. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. I can't think. I can feel the pressure. I can feel pressure on my eyes. Yeah.
Right, and that has to deal with the optical nervous system. Your whole head is a whole resonance chamber. Everything is bouncing around in your head. It's an echolocation chamber, right? So they can easily attach from one spot to another spot. They can make your lip move, they can make it jump, and it's all through the nervous system. It's manipulation of the nervous system. And
yeah, I figured, I know your nerves go through your brain, stuff like that. Somehow they've done it, though. I mean, it's one of those things, you can't exactly tell how they're doing it, but you know it's happening because it's happening to you. And you do the research, and you come up with 50 theories, and it's over my head. And unfortunately, when I try to research this stuff, there's a lot of triggering that goes on, and they up the signal. So it makes a lot of it impossible.
It seems like you would have a nervous system manipulation. If you actually go to my website, I have all patents on there that I discovered during the analysis process. And one of those is that, and you could read about it and figure and see if it matches.
Yeah, I got your website marked. I appreciate it. Thank you. You've been very nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next we have Palo Alto. Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Is this Maureen? This is Maureen. I'm not sure if I'm Palo Alto or not. I'm actually in Sacramento.
Okay. All right. Well,
but I have a 650 number.
Yes, ma'am. That's you.
Okay. So I just want to speak to the person who said about the mouse being controlled and incident.
This is Amy. She's the only one you'll be speaking to.
Okay. Well, Amy, the mouse situation has happened to me, and I was doing exams, and they would just change a couple numbers on the answer, which would make it a wrong answer. So, and it was an exam, a final exam, and it definitely has a factor as far as your score at the end or your GPA. So that has happened to me as well. And I'm originally from the Bay Area, and I moved up to Sacramento. Are you there?
I'm listening.
Okay, and I moved up to the Sacramento area. I'm a legal secretary and lived in the Bay Area for 30 years. Have 2 kids. But I started getting targeted. It's been 11 years now that I'm aware of it. Didn't know it for the first 5 years. But what happened most recently and is compelling for me, and I'm part of the Bay Area support group. My name's Maureen. Is that last night or the night before, I went to bed and I have a nice wedding band, and my stone was completely taken out of my ring when I woke up. And it's over a carat, and I'm in a small little cul-de-sac, and my neighbors, and it's a nice area in Gold River, and I know my neighbors have been doing things to me and my roommate, but she is completely unaware. But I just want to say the levels to the depth of what they will do and have been doing is there's no conscience. It goes on just forever. I mean, I don't know what to say. So I don't actually have a question. I just had statements, and what people are saying is just enlightening me as far as what's going on. And I have a state job, and it's also happening at work, and as well as daily in my personal life. Every night when I go to bed, I'm knocked out, and whatever that technology is. But I don't have any voices or anything like that I'm experiencing. But I understand and.
A lot of people, whether they don't have V2K or tinnitus or any form, they don't realize that there's still some form of V2K or processing and manipulation going on in the background.
I do have tinnitus constantly.
Okay, tinnitus is another form of V2K. They're just sending that. That means it's through a frequency. They're using a direct frequency with you. Instead of different technology. So they're using radio towers, it sounds like. And once again, this could go with the connections. When they're manipulating the body, they use frequency beams directed from the radio towers. The frequency beams can manipulate your body system and your structure. And each tone actually manipulates a different body part. I'm actually going to pull it up right now. C is your thick muscle, your heart, your circulation, female reproductive program. C sharp.
I actually did a research on that because I'm John from the Bay Area group. It keeps us informed, and there's 75 towers in this area, and there's only 23 or 24 licensed.
Right, but remember I was talking about the signals and the tones, kind of like through RFID chips, right? So, and this is the best example that I could tell somebody because it's something basic that people understand. They're sending to that garage door opener from the little button to the mechanism to open that garage door. Those notes are able to open up those specific areas in order for the door to open and close. Well, it's the same thing with your body, too. They're playing specific notes, which is the tinnitus aspect, with frequency, and it sounds like they would be probably using an FM bandwidth in order to be doing that. Because why? Because music is transferred on the FM bandwidth radio station. So they can manipulate those signals and tones using a direct antenna system to get a specific key.
Can I say something?
And manipulate your body function.
So you said music. I listen to K-Love constantly. I have it on in my bedroom 24/7 just for the good vibes and stuff like that. So you said music is manipulated by music. Am I off track?
No, it is manipulated through music. Your tones. C, C sharp, D sharp, E, F, F sharp, G, G sharp, A through B, and C. All have specific things that could affect your body structure.
So complicated.
It is, and it's very technological, and that's why I'm saying that everyone is different. Not everyone is the same in their targeting. Because there are different techniques that they are using in order to produce each side effect in all of us, or in all of you, too.
So I use binaural beats as well, but they shut it off. I find I get restful. I feel restful when I'm able to wake up listening to that, but 3 or 4 times during the night, they'll shut it off. Or it will be shut off, even though I have full charge and my phone is completely charged. And,
well, that's because there's a hacker on your phone. If there's a hacker, your battery is going to completely drain.
That's happened many times.
Right, and it's because they're using power. They're absorbing power within your phone, which allows your battery to die. That's why you can always tell when your phone is hacked, is because you could go down from 50% and 2 minutes later be down to 8. It's because the power consumption that they're using. They are draining power from the battery. Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's just difficult to comprehend. So even when you go on trips to even a Bay Area support group meeting, my phone will be so hot by the time I get there and I need directions for the venue or the location, my phone is completely dead. Even though it's charged the whole way.
Okay,
it's in a charge.
So, your question's been answered.
I'm sorry, what?
Has your question been answered, hon?
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry. I don't want to monopolize. I apologize.
That's quite all right. Okay, Becky. Go ahead, you're unmuted. Becky.
This is Becky, I just wanted to say hi, that's all. I don't have a question. My phone's asking me to do 1 and 2 instead of *6 to mute, *6 to unmute. Did we change something, or?
No, it's if you're muted, *6 will do it. If you're unmuted, *6 will do it.
Okay, I don't know why it was asking me to do 1 and 2 a while back. It's weird. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
Thank you.
Okay, Stephen's next.
Hi again, Steve from Ohio. You were talking about drones. I get hit with frequencies. When I was back and forth across the country in an airplane, I got hit really hard. The frequencies seemed to be even louder. So I was thinking it was the satellite hookup and not a drone or not a cell tower or a Gwen tower, but satellites. What do you think?
I'm sorry. With the satellite communications?
Yeah.
To the cell towers.
Really? When I fly across the country in an airplane at 30,000 feet, that's the cell tower still doing it to me, not a satellite?
Well, it's radio communications. The planes actually connect to the radio towers in order to gain their signals. Yeah.
Okay.
So it may not be directly through satellite connections. Usually if it's a military plane, they'll have satellite connections for their planes and their drones. That's where you're going to capture the satellite signals. Otherwise, it's like a basic GPS connection, connecting down to the towers down below. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know we got Gwen towers and cell towers and, all over the world now. And okay. Yeah. Hey, it's Amy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm the Steve that had problems with my mouse. Could I have your email one more time? I'm ready to write.
Oh, sure. No problem. It's capital AIMEES, capital AUDIOS at protonmail.com.
At protonmail.com. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's all I had.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next.
You're welcome.
We have Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Go ahead.
Hi, yes, this is Lauren from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I hope all is well. This is my first time on this conference, and I got introduced by Ann today. And I was just speaking to her about what my movement is, and that is to do a cry out weekend or week to every capital in every state. And so that means that we would get one person or several people to be a capital in your particular state. You would go to your capital building, and there you would do a rally. And all of this would take place on the same day or days, and the potential date right at this point would be around July the 4th. You would need to gain a permit, make sure you're within the guidelines. Of course, we're still in COVID, so we need to make sure that we're in guidelines with that. But basically, if you have already written letters, made phone calls, and done all the things that you felt necessary to do to be heard on your issue of being tortured, a targeted individual, and nobody has responded to you on any level of government, that means that those who have taken the oath to represent each state, that we're calling them out, and it's time for them to answer the call. So basically, this is called a cry out, and I would like all participants to get on board with this movement. We have got to be heard, and I oftentimes find myself saying it's funny when you see other ethnic groups or other people being recognized for being harmed, hurt, killed on every level. But when it comes to torture an individual such as ourselves, we are never heard from. Nobody is ever there to listen or represent us. So we have to make sure that they hear us on this level. And so, I'm asking for all to participate. I'm asking for all to take control of your state and go to your Capitol building and be heard. And if they don't hear us then I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. But I think with the impact that this could make with all 50 states and globally, abroad, is what my mission is, then I think we will hear from some people, So I just wanted to come on and talk about that. And if there's any questions, you may certainly try to reach out to me via email or my telephone number, and I will actually give you both of those. My email address is Lauren, Lauren, Birch, Burch, 37 @gmail.com. I have another email address, LM, L as in love, M as in Mary, Conrad, CONRAD, 77 @icloud.com. And my telephone number is 336-779-3056. And I need for all TIs to get on board. It's time for us to fight this thing this way we know how. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask or just reach out to me via email or phone call.
Well, thank you for that information. I think that's actually wonderful what you're doing. It is really good to get out and protest everywhere, bring awareness, make city council meetings, go in front of your Congress building. Problem is, in the groups and vicinity, our issue is organizing within the states and trying to get everybody to work collaboratively all in one. I know there is a rally going down in Texas by Richard Lighthouse, I believe. And there's other ones coming up in Colorado, too, I believe, in a couple of weeks or months. So out and rally. Also, not only just join TI communities, but you could bring awareness in different organizations and companies as well. Whether you're volunteer to clean up the ocean, or whether you volunteer to for an Alzheimer's daycare center. You know, there's different ways and avenues to bring awareness to all these medical physicians, doctors, teachers, lawyers, so they are willing to help us out. So I think that is a great idea. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, and the mission too is that, you know, everybody on this particular week, you know, get together, put their letters together, even if they have already done this to their congressmen, state representatives, police departments, sheriff's department, whatever. You know, this would be the same week that we would get this information out and also start calling. So we would do all of this at one time. And they cannot say at this point or that point that they don't know what a targeted individual is. They don't know what microwave, covert, or silent weapons are. You know, the V2K, they will not be able to say that because they would have all the information that they would need on this particular week. And so I think this needs to be a stampede, if you know what I mean. And so if everybody will do their part, and it's not anything really to do but get in your car, go to your Capitol building, put up your sign, and cry out. It's time to be heard, and it's time to answer the call. Thank you.
You know, on that note, I actually do have a bill proposal that I have written for the TI community. I haven't published it on my website yet. I still am looking for, like, grammatical errors and changes. But if anybody is willing, it is set and ready. One person did use it in the state of Oregon already, TJ Kohler. He got a representative to take in the bill proposal and start getting it processed through the House. So if you're all interested, all you do is have to change the federal statutes to a state statute if you want to use it statewide, or you could keep it at the federal statute level and then just change the heading or the title of it. So it could be used to be added to or taken down. So if anybody wants me to send that to them, email me, and I'll give them a copy of it.
Well, will you please reach out to me as soon as you can? I'm trying to form a committee, and this would be for all TI conference call leaders to get on board with this, because I think if we do it that way, we could probably get the information out a little bit quicker and more effective. Okay. So if you will reach out to me, I'm asking all conference call leaders to get in touch with me, and let's put this thing together, because I've run out of conversation. I've run out of letters. I've run out of all of that. You know, and like I said, we need to stop talking and let them start talking. They represent us, you know, right. And this we know is happening on every level of government. There's not a level of government that this is not affected. So, you know, they make the rules, we don't. We have to follow them. But if we elect you to put you in chair to do a job for us, and you took that oath, if you do not follow the oath, then you're just as guilty as anybody else. And that's just my take on that. So I would ask that all participants please prepare to get on board with this mission.
Okay, thank you, Winston, North Carolina.
Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Next we have Marilyn from Ohio. Go ahead, Marilyn, you're unmuted.
Hi, Frank. Hi, Amy. I appreciate what you're doing. And Amy, I'm pleasantly, I find it pleasant that you are here to talk with us. So I had a question and a statement. So to facilitate an investigation in Ohio, because I live in Kettering, Ohio, I have recorded the telecommunication. I've captured it, and the synthetic thoughts. The actual thoughts of the perpetrators with the brain-to-brain communication. I recorded it with cell phones, different cell phones that I've owned. And I also have photographs of the scars that I have from directed pulse radio frequency weapons. So I basically send these images and the sound to the police department, to politicians, to the press, my local press, and across the country. And so my question is, how does a victim locally, because I'm in Ohio, and if anyone else is in Ohio on the call, please call me. How do we get our local police department to interact with us about these weapons? What are some things that we can do to get the cops to accept us and protect us?
Now, one is actually using the right terminology, and you also have to keep in mind and perspective that cops could only investigate crimes that are already in place, okay? So, well, not as much, they can, but the crimes are on the books already. So we have to change our terminology. Instead of they're using drones to take pictures and imaging me, they're using video voyeurism tactics. That's going to cover your sexual assaults, your bugs, your adapters to them. Gang stalking is not a terminology, it's a definition. It's the definition of conspiracy to murder. So you have to say there's a group and organization working together to commit murder against me, which is conspiracy to murder. Or it's not gang stalking, it's stalking. There is no such thing as multiple people stalking a victim as much as there is. In the police books, there's only a definition for a stalker. But most police departments don't even touch stalkers. And that's because they don't have the evidence to prove that they're stalking, because they don't investigate the crime, because they don't have the evidence to investigate the crime. It's just hearsay. So a lot of that has to go with manipulation. Now, if you have the evidence, now something that you could do with your evidence, the laser burns or the weapon systems or the different type of scars that anybody has on their body, the best thing to do is measure it out with a ruler, a tape measure, or a dollar bill. And the only reason I say a dollar bill is because that is standardized. That is the standard 6 inches and 2 inches wide. So 6 inches in length, 2 inches wide. So you could use that dollar bill to measure your scars or your burn marks from one location to another. Then align it with pictures and images that you download of your nervous system. All those scars and marks and tattoos align up with the nervous system. This will prove that there is a there's nerve damage, tissue damage caused by these weapon systems, and that could even be helped showing that evidence to the medical professionals as well. Taking a picture, well, that looks like a mosquito bite will be one of those common effects. Well, take a picture of a mosquito bite and then do a side-by-side comparison. That's going to help you in court too. Look at all your common animals or bugs within your vicinity. Here in Florida, we have like 11 different types of cockroaches. So each one has a specific bite. What about fleas? Fleas bite too. So we have to take those pictures and images and compare them to the most common bugs or insects within your state, in your vicinity, to prove that those are not bug bites, that they are measured out exactly half an inch, a quarter of an inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, 6 inches, 8 inches, depending if it's your forearm, leg. Sometimes it goes directly from your knee down to your ankle. So that's why I say the longer lengths on there, because they do map out our body systems. They manipulate it, and with the laser technology, they're pinpointing specific areas to get a reading into your nervous system. That's why you see those tiny little holes on your body, like directly on your wrist, your elbow, your shoulder. So they're trying to get those readings to control those nervous systems like they do with your faces or your lips or your eyes or your mouth. And they map it out and construct it back into their computer systems, and then they update their software and manipulate it so they could have stronger effects with you. That's part of the targeting too. So did I answer your question? Did I get off the topic?
Yeah, that was great. I appreciate it. I also wanted to say that I do talk back to the perps, and I do ask questions, although at this point it's really hard because now they're kind of they're on to me, so they try harder to hide location. So I do say, where are you? What's your social security number? What's your date of birth? How tall are you? How old are you? And I've collected so much data, and I also write down quotes of what they're saying, things that they say, how they're abusing me. And I have a list of people. For instance, I had told Frank that some of these people that are communicating to me are on some kind of disability, a government funding. And so that means that they're getting money from our local community or taxpayers. And so I did email the IRS, and I said, you know, I do take action like that, where I will go to our government, all involved in all areas, and I will communicate that I'm being tortured and that taxpayers are being used to take care of perps so that they can sit there all day and talk to us and torture us. And I think this is probably one way that they save money. They have a taxpayer, maybe, possibly, you know, and also like the TI will have to get on disability because you become sickly and weak and you're tortured and you can't go into work.
Yes, but you also, I'm not saying this with you, and a lot of poor victims out there are horribly, horribly affected on this. You have to train your mind. There is a way to manipulate the AI system. You could actually start off with something basic, just going back and forth with your head with the AI going male, female, male, female, and listen to that male and female response. So once you get down the different voices, and then raise your eyebrow and then do the same thing, or close an eye and squint. Because I talked about earlier, your head is a resonance, it's an echo chamber, right? So all of your movements actually changes the pitches and the tone within the VK system too, and the AI system, along with their digital computer effects, because basically it's a bot, an automated response. It's a looping construct. They say the same 5 to 7 statements that get you to talk in this looping pattern to get your head stuck in that loop, right? So you constantly are repeating the same thing. Well, this actually causes depletion of your memory because you're not expanding it. So reading books, I know it's really, really hard. because they tend to read with you, and then you don't want to do it because, you know, they're destroying what you love. But reading helps your brain grow. Puzzles are great for your muscle memory. Sudoku puzzles, crosswords, they help you keep you up on your toes. So there are ways in order to stop listening to the AI system. You just have to learn how to manipulate it. Manipulation is key, and there is a way to do it. And I've done it. I've helped other people do it. You could shut down their system by even holding a vowel sound. And you could actually transfer, because it is an AI system and an answer and response, you could manipulate it to say positive things instead of negative things. And this is where the mind over matter goes, as turning it from pessimism into optimism, right? So if they're saying that you're so fat, you're so ugly, you could change that to, well, she's so beautiful, and then you just say it out loud or think it in your head. And then eventually the AI system is going to start manipulating that thought process and keep using it within their system. So all you do is have to raise that eyebrow, and it constructs to the AI system. So you hear, she is such a beautiful person. Oh my God, she is so wonderful. I just love her. So you can manipulate the AI system, and which will actually help you out a lot more too. It just takes practice. Try color association, something small like the male and female. Use color association. Listen for, think the color green, magenta, turquoise, red, yellow. Listen to those answers and responses, and then learn how to manipulate and then control it by their vowel systems. Because remember, they're using digital effects too to send those signals and beams directly to your head. So those can be manipulated as you're actually experiencing it. So that's just one thing that could help you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, next we have Anonymous. Go ahead, you are unmuted. Anonymous, you are unmuted. Anonymous, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I had problems. Sometimes it doesn't go through. I don't know why. Yeah, one problem I found that the target individual community runs into, and I'm just wondering if you know if this is a problem. It's like I found a couple of links. It's just like Nancy Pelosi is acting very bizarre. There's a reporter out of Philadelphia. His name's Vic Livingston. Now, he claims to be TI. And he had a section on there where it looked like even some of the government officials are being hit with this stuff. And I remember listening to TI give a testimony in front of some sort of tribunal. It's like they're messing with my speech now. I get hit so hard. It's even like the mental thing. They have control of my mind. If they want me to think about something, I do. But I was wondering, and here's a piece that looks like reporters are having this stuff turned loose on them. They get really bizarre on camera. Do you know if they threaten the government officials with this? Is that part of the problem?
I believe some people are affecting the politicians. I know for a fact they do affect cops without even the cops realizing it. Remember, there's a lot of, well, first off, Nancy Pelosi is an alcoholic. She's probably brain dead from all the alcohol she drinks anyways.
Yeah, but I mean, that one was just really weird. It did look like she was being hit. I'm sorry, go on. I know, I've heard it. Here's a piece with reporters. Getting really bizarre on camera. I mean, he had more. I was just wondering, how did they get out of being hit? Do they threaten them?
What do you mean, with weapon systems?
Yeah, these weapon systems, do they threaten the politicians? Because I've heard rumors that even they get hit.
I guarantee they do. You have to think that a lot of the people here, I've actually found over probably 30 different false medical diagnoses on people. So I found things like Morgellons disease, Parkinson's disease, multiple muscular sclerosis, tinnitus, seizures, paralysis, sleepwalkers. Let's see, paranoid, obviously, like your paranoid delusional schizophrenia. Different nausea, IBS systems, these are all being manipulations into the body system and are actually causing these effects with multiple other victims too. Not everybody is a victim like with tinnitus, but they have to have that direct damage. If you've never had damage done to your ears or was in the military or in a car accident or had a hard fall, there's no reason for a person to have tinnitus. So a lot of people with these diseases or these medical diagnoses are in fact targets. So they could be manipulating the politicians. Have I ever done an analysis for a politician? No. Do I want? That would be very interesting. I would love to catch. I would love to hear what those perps say.
Yeah, because I had told Frank there was one target. She seemed very credible, and she was saying that world leaders, like the leader of Singapore or something like this, I can't remember the countries, actually complain about being threatened with this stuff.
And I believe it. I mean but that falls into the deep state. And although people don't believe the deep state is real, it is real. It's not real. It's all based off of personal opinion. I believe a lot of black money is going into the house. This is where your mafia members are. The police departments were built off. Mafia members built all the unions. And that just goes back in history, you know. And if you could even travel it all the way back to ancient Egypt times, you know, they were even hacking the telecom systems from back in the Wild Wild West days. Somebody hacked the Morse code, proved that it was capable. That was even before. That was back in the 1800s. And so it's been hacked in before, and they've been doing this for a long, long time without a lot of people's knowledge.
When do you think this first came to existence, the capability?
I believe as soon as the radio towers and the telecommunications, they knew it right off the bat. They're the furthest that I've traveled it or backed it up to was actually AI systems was developed back in 1820. AI systems and Neuralink technology was discovered back in 1820.
1820s?
Yeah.
That long ago.
Absolutely. Just because they didn't have the computer systems doesn't mean they didn't have the capability.
Okay, and then I heard a TIS. Is there any estimate across the globe how many people they have this on?
I caught one company can target up to 3,500 people.
How many companies do you think are involved?
That's one company. I guarantee there's probably multiple companies. In the United States, if you multiply one company in every single state, that's 350,000 people. You multiply that, if you say it's all the fusion centers, there's 11 fusion centers in Florida alone. How many are in your state? 11 fusion centers, I guarantee that's probably over 2.6 billion people on a global scale.
Yeah, so, because in my situation, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you were done.
Oh, two companies in every single state is 750,000. So that just gives you a raw number that one company could target up to 3,500 people at one time.
And I've heard that they actually sell us off and trade us off multiple times a day. Is that true? Do you know?
Yes. Yes, they do. Like I mentioned before with the cloud services, people could enter in from a remote location at any time. And what they do is they pay a fee. They're using cryptocurrency like DreamHash or Viet, and they make payments to these people to use the weapon systems and they could control the weapon systems from inside the interface, whether it's a virtualization or whether it's a separate interface. They can control the weapon systems from their platform. It depends on how it's built. Like I said, each one's kind of different on the targeting aspect. So gathering all this information and listening to the audios has really helped me along with the digital forensic school, because it helps me understand the networks and how they're connecting to each other. So there are hosting sites. You could have a person from Africa tap into a platform in Indiana. And you could have over, I think they said that they host about 100 people at one time, or can host up to 100 people at one time.
I mean, what mystifies me is, don't these people doing it realize they plan to take them down?
Well, a lot of people don't understand these are third-party contractors, too. These are your Antifa group members. These are your joint drone community teams. These are outside sources. These are your computer programmers, your engineers that are all doing this. So this is the world that we live now, is the world of technology. As long as there's no rules and regulations on it, there are no laws in the book on technology. This is how they're corrupting it, which if you actually look into the UN questionnaire that is out right now, I'm not sure if anybody knows about that, but there's a questionnaire out there, and one of those questions is what is legal, and I believe it's the first question, what is legal that allows them to do the targeting? Well, there's no laws on technology. There's no laws on the...
But murder's illegal, torture's illegal.
Right, but you got to prove that they're doing it with the technology. How are you going to do that?
That's one of the problems TIs run into, proof, because I don't get harassed a lot.
With the forensic analysis, I'm capturing those subliminal telecommunications, and I'm writing those reports for you. I've analyzed over 300 victims' audios and videos so far.
Okay, because they have so much control of my thoughts. It's like I've tried to explain to people, and I talked to one TI who's pretty prominent. He said, yeah, I've heard of it before. It's rare. And so I get a constant loop in there. If they want me to think about something, I mean, I try to focus on something, they get me going this way. I can't. I just can't do it.
And I understand that, and it's hard. And like I said, the only one that I know directly is with the lasers, that they were mapping out specific parts of your body to control your nervous system. I don't know what they're doing specifically in your case, but that we're using the lasers. So everybody is different.
You mentioned music. I mean, for several years, I was sitting here and constantly listening to music. I couldn't get up. I mean, they had. You think you're thinking.
That's the tones. It causes those paralysis states. Each tone, like I said, A through G sharp. They play specific tones to manipulate specific body parts of your body. That's how they're manipulating it, because they could gain access to that. That's where the musical tones come into.
But I was playing it on the computer, and I couldn't get up. And you think you're just doing it. But no, it was them. I was wondering if that's maybe where I'm hit so hard. It had something to do with the music. I don't know. I was just wondering if the politicians had... Yeah, because, I mean, you think you're thinking your own thoughts, and you realize it wasn't me. It's like they have control of my physiology. It didn't even hit me how bad it was till they pointed it out. Here, we can do anything we want to. And they were right.
And it could be something as small as simple as look left, look right. But you have to think subconsciously, too. If somebody says look left, hell, I'm going to look left. And that's not just because I want to. That's because it's out of habit, too. Because if we don't know what's coming left, is it a baseball? Is it a flying object? Is it a car? Did I walk into the street? What's going on? What's happening left? You're intentionally going to look in that direction.
Yeah, and you hear a lot of things that are speculation. It's like, I mean, I haven't been harassed by people much at all. And when it started was years later, and they told me in my head somebody I knew was involved, an old friend who I was crazy about when I was younger. And he got me wrapped up in this. Now, is it true? I don't know. But he's definitely involved now because he was harassing me a little bit in person. But I haven't been harassed that much in person at all compared to other people. Mine was mostly the weapon. And I've heard they tell the people all these horrible things about us to get us to do it. Or are they conscious? They know what's going on.
Oh, they know what's going on.
Because I'm saying
they absolutely know.
Okay, yeah, I heard they tell the people that we're terrorists and this and that. I'm saying the person who's involved with me is employed by the government, and he knows I'm not a criminal. If anybody knows I'm not a criminal, it's this man. Now, did he get me wrapped up in it? I don't know. I mean, did they put a gun to his head? They might have. Let me put it this way. If there's anybody on earth that I never thought would have done anything bad to me, it was this man. He acted like he was just crazy about me when I was younger.
And he could be a known pedophile. Who knows?
As I said, I was shocked. I don't know if he got me wrapped up in it. That's what the people in my head told me. But he did harass me somewhat in person. And he is a government employee, and he knows I'm not a criminal. But anyways, thanks. I was just wondering if the politicians being threatened to be hit with this was part of the problem with resolving the situation. Because if you...
Very well. Yeah. Do I have a definitive answer for that? No, I don't.
Okay, thanks. That's all I was wondering.
Okay, next. Let me see. 4418, Constance.
Hey, hi Amy, hi Frank.
Hi.
I love the way you put it. Oh my God, it just swiped through my mind as far as gang stalking and the way that you put it. I just thought that was just so totally. Can you just say that word for me again because it left my brain? Oh God, I can't think of the way you put another way for saying gang stalking. Anyway.
Conspiracy to murder?
Exactly. I love it. I just love it. It speaks exactly what it is. Anyway, our group here in Phoenix, we're doing things, and we're having a rally Monday, and we'll be having rallies like maybe twice a month. We're meeting, we're talking to senators, and we're doing a lot of other stuff. We're not writing letters anymore. We're kind of more like going and handing out packets. What I'm learning, and it's just totally amazing me concerning everything that we've gone through all this time, is that we are not really hitting the domestic violence shelters. A lot of that has a lot of things to do with mind control, brainwashing that goes all the way back to the 1800s. And I'm totally amazed how long they've been doing this. And if you really look at it, it started with the Israelites. They were totally brainwashed. Who could stay under slavery for such a long period of time without fleeing for their life as well as their family's life. I don't know if that makes any sense. But TIs have always wrote letters. We've always went to state buildings, and I love the way that you're doing this. I got to get that paper from you concerning the state of Arizona.
And a lot of it is just taking action because we've been denied so many times. And going to law enforcement or the groups is actually the best things you could do is always bring a partner. And right now we're in this day and age that cops are getting blamed for anything. Video record them. Prove and get that evidence that they're manipulating you. I'm sorry, excuse me.
Yes, that is true.
Video.
Also, we need to receive packets concerning the targeting and everything that's going on. What do you think?
With the packets? I'm sorry.
I mean, information concerning brainwashing that I think that they're under as well.
Well, a lot of it is, once again, the psychological warfare and the social engineering. They did that majorly. Do you know how many times I hear, probably about 90% of the targets that I hear, you hear something political in the background. Vote, we like the Obama administration. We hate Trump. God, or long live the Queen. You know, I hear those statements in there, you know, because of the different locations that the perpetrators are at, you know. So it is very political. There is warfare going on all ends of that aspect. So it's just...
I agree. I totally agree. And, you know, I hear a lot of people saying that these people are going to hell. But, you know, I was sitting down thinking today, and I'm like, gee, me and my daughter are living in hell. And hell's too good for these people. Hell is way too good for these people. There got to be something darker than hell, that if they do go, that's where they should go. No, I think hell's too good for them. I appreciate you, Amy. Love you,
welcome.
Frank.
Love you too, Constance. Okay, up next we have Deborah. Go ahead, you're unmuted, Deb.
Hi there, Amy. Thank you so much for all the information that you've given. Hi, Frank, and thank you for the call. I have a couple questions. I just discovered, I became aware of my targeting in summer of 2018. I became aware of the gang stalking mostly. I didn't realize something was happening to my brain. I was in seminary 3 years before that, and I'm usually a good writer. And I got to tell you, the information was in my head, but I couldn't get it to come down my arm, and on that keyboard, I couldn't write it. It was so frustrating. And I still don't know what kind of V2K that was. Do you know what they could have been using? That's one question. Second one.
All of the targeting that everybody is experiencing with is muscular and nervous. It is a brain connection to the nervous system.
Okay.
On everybody's targeting, and specifically into that level. That specific technology, I'm not sure. I've only caught one person putting them into a state of paralysis before, but I never found any of the equipment that they were using.
I have some recordings. I have some amazing recordings that I can actually hear B2K. You don't have to do anything to it. You can hear it.
And a lot of people don't realize when they do record, it is right there. Absolutely. It is audible for everybody to hear. It's the telecommunications that, because think about their signal level and strength when connecting to your cell phones. A lot of that would be there's a difference between ultra high frequencies and ultra low frequencies, right? So ultra high frequencies is your V2K, your AI systems. That is what you can't hear on an audible level. The ultra low frequencies are going to be your communications. So those can be trapped depending on their signal strength and also their microphone levels. Do you ever hear when microphones squelch? Like get a squelching sound? That's because the volume is too high. Somebody is using their radio system and the volume is all the way up. So it creates that feedback and noise. So when they're in our devices, your computer devices, your mobile phones, your laptops, your tablets, and their volume is extraordinary, you're going to get it on top and hear it.
That's that echo.
Yes.
When they're on my phone, that's how I know they're on my phone.
An echo, a feedback, you'll hear a
yes.
sound. That's them. Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Oh, they're definitely on my phone. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm. That's
my
how we
other
prove the
question
hacking of a cellular device, and we could prove it from that aspect, at least from that standpoint, analyzing the phone conversation. We could prove that they're intercepting your phone calls. And right there, right off the bat, is proof of stalking, harassment, of monitoring. It's eavesdropping. Eavesdropping is a law, everybody. Invasion of privacy. You've got your Fourth Amendment right, your Fifth Amendment right being invaded right then and there, too, you know. So you have to use your laws to your benefit, and I make sure to incorporate those laws into my findings in the report. So.
Awesome. I have pictures of T-Mobile that somehow there's an app on my phone that I did not put on there that is a redirecting app.
Yeah.
So, hello, stalker, you jerk, you're busted.
Right? But see, that's evidence. Now you got to get. Now that's just. Now you need that collaborating evidence. Now there's evidence and there's collaborating evidence. Like, mine could be used as for they got a scan done after they did the audio analysis by Dr. Melinda Kidder, right? But all the scans that they got done on her report matched all the body parts that I found in doing my forensic analysis. Now you could bring those two together, and hers would be collaborative evidence, while mine would be the forensic evidence. And we could show the chips and sensors and show the audio communications that are coinciding with the reports. Does that make sense?
It does.
So there's a difference when you're collaborating evidence. So that screenshot would be collaborative, and then getting a forensic technician, an ethical hacker, somebody from Geek Squad to prove the hacking on your computer systems would be your evidence of hackers on there.
Sister, I wouldn't take anything to the Geek Squad. I've had 27 pieces, 28 now, 29, of electronics either go belly up or be hacked, and the majority of them came from Best Buy. Sorry to name drop, but that's just how it is. Including an Echo Pen, a computer, two computers in the same car, and it's called an Alpha 3000, which is a word processor that the special school districts used to use. It doesn't even have internet. That's how I finished seminary. Because you could write out 8 different papers, and then you connect, I call him Al, I would connect Al to a computer, pull up a Word document, hit send, and it would type it out for me so I could edit it.
Oh, that's cool.
Because they would wipe out all my stuff. On my tablet, on my laptop. Alpha 3000, get the one without the Blu-ray or the Bluetooth on it, because it's a writer's dream. You are not connected at all to the internet. I'm not kidding you. It's a writer's dream. And all you do is take it, connect it to a computer, pull up a Word document or I wouldn't use Google to save my life, but a Word document, and hit send, and it'll type it out for you.
Oh, I would love it.
My other question, I had another question, is that since April 17th, they have vibrated me nonstop. I mean 24/7, girl. It's bad. I'm sleep deprived. I'm alone. It was so bad last night. I called my friend I used to work with, and I said, if anything happens to me, please tell my boys I love them. And no matter what it looks like, remember, I would never hurt myself or anyone else.
Oh, Debbie.
She said, oh, God, do you want me to come there? And I said, no, I don't want you near here. But it was bad last night. Today at work, I take care of an elderly woman, and I noticed that I'm getting hit really bad there. So if I'm getting hit, she might be getting hit too, because she keeps telling me her chair is vibrating. I'm like, oh, God. And I put my shielding on her one night or one afternoon.
They're using a very, very heavy, and there is a difference. And remember, I was talking about their bandwidth, right?
Yeah.
The better the signal, or even the closer they are, it's going to be stronger too.
They're right underneath me.
The perps are very, very close to you.
Yes,
they have to be within a certain amount of distance. I would have to say probably via next door directly.
Yeah. How about downstairs?
Yeah.
How about I live in a 4-family apartment building. I have a perp on one side. Well, I'm not sure about one of the people on the other side, but I know one of them is, and the people downstairs. Right. There's no way these people downstairs are not perps. And what happened today was this utility truck shows up randomly at this man's house. I take care of his mother. And they start removing the wires from the pole right at the end of his driveway. And start cutting trees, and they put everything back up. I thought, well, that wasn't alarming to me. But it's when I came home to the city where I'm coming up the alley, and there are 2 utility trucks blocking my alley to my apartment. And I'm like, how long will you guys be? And he said, oh, about 15 minutes. I said, it's okay, I'll come back. And something inside said, do not go to that apartment. So I drove around here for a little while. And when I came back, I looked up at that pole, and there's a camera on it. There's a camera on it. What could be happening here? I mean, it could be something as general as they decided to have surveillance here. I don't know. But I just know I've been hit since the 17th, 24/7. And I'm just like...
No, I know it's hard. And I want everybody to think about this. The closer they are, the stronger the signal is. The further they are, is the weaker the signal is going to be. Now, sleep deprivation. You all need to get a good night's sleep. Take some form of medication to help you guys sleep. And I know it's rough, but when you're sleep deprived, it also opens up additional neuron transmitters that make the effects sometimes worse too. Try turning off your Wi-Fi at nighttime. Turn it off.
I don't have Wi-Fi.
You don't have Wi-Fi?
I unplugged my refrigerator. I turned my heat off. I turned my AC off. I turned everything electric off with the exception of my alarm clock.
Have you tried Linkstat? It won't stop the effect, but it'll dampen it.
I have shielding that I've tried. I've even tried to, usually I can ground it, but they've done something to my electric here. I can't. It like electrocutes me if I ground it.
I'm trying to come up with ways and techniques. I'm more on the technology side and haven't been able to come up with the solution to stop the beams or waves other than going through the network. But that's even doing research is still taking time to do it. There is one thing somebody...
I mean, if I have to tonight, I will sleep in that bathtub with water. I don't care. It was so horrible last night.
Water's a conductor. Have you tried finding out which direction that they're coming from, hanging bottles from the ceiling. You could hang half bottles of water onto the ceiling, and the vibration or the waves of the bottle will show you which directions those beams or energy weapons are coming from. So it could start by doing something like that to find out which at least direction it's coming from. It could be a drone. It could be...
there are drones. I see them. I see them all the time. They're going by my apartment. I saw one when I lived in Maplewood. It went right by my kitchen window. I could have, if I thought about it, got the numbers on the side of it. It was so close. I went, you got to be kidding me. There's drones all the time. We have a police drone that goes over all the time. And I can tell it's a police drone because it has red, blue, white.
Right, and it's the lights on it.
Yeah. And St. Louis is one of the cities, along with Massachusetts, that receives a lot of, the police departments receives a lot of toys. Extra surplus surveillance toys is what I understand, according to the Electronic Frontier Foundation. And the
they're really good. Survivors are there's one, Neil's group is really, really good with the shielding techniques. He would be a great website to go to and check out his website.
I actually have fabric shielding it worked okay. I mean, it was really, what happened was, is somebody asked about shielding, I mentioned what I used, and the next thing you know, I was being hit, and usually I can tell which direction it's coming from. I have an app on my phone, and of course they could be manipulating that, but by putting, cookie sheets
mobile
or
apps, they actually use radar detectors like Doppler systems. Yeah, Doppler systems are being used. Why? Because it's embedded into our mobile devices. They could actually gain a beam, and everybody goes, that's not what Doppler systems are going for. I'm like, dude, I've caught it. They could actually manipulate the Doppler systems. Why? Because it has a GPS setting in them. All our phones are embedded with GPS systems in it, okay?
Well, not only
Doppler
that, they can connect...
the weather, and it also helps out when the drones are being used. So they use that as an effect phone that is connected to it, and they can produce a beam or a signal from the cell phone and direct it and pinpoint your location so that drone could find that exact spot on where to hit you at.
Well, this thing goes in a metal box every night. Every piece of my keys go in there, my key fobs. I've had them try to hack into my car with my key fob.
Key fobs are sensors, so they're using RFID frequency and RF detection. Sensors.
I keep my phone shielded when I'm driving. I keep my keys shielded when I'm driving, unless it's in the ignition. If it's not in the ignition, it's in a shielded box. And I mean, I don't sleep with it on. It's shielded. It's shielded when I sleep, so that even if they know where the phone is, the phone ain't anywhere near me.
Right, but the vehicles, they don't need your cell phone if you're in your vehicle, because depending on what your make and model your vehicle has the chip and sensors. You have to think that anything from the year 2000 and up all have chips and sensors embedded into them. That's when a lot of this manipulation started coming into play. That's how they turn off your engines. That's how they stall your cars or your vehicles. Why? Because they could access those chips and turn off the starter. they could flatten the tire if they want to with the tire pressure. So that all depends on what your year, make, and model of the vehicle is. But that's why the whole junk for cars came about back in 2000, because they wanted all those older vehicles off the street so nobody could work on them anymore. And that's where a lot of mechanics lost their job, because they started putting the chips in, because they weren't an MIT grad or an engineer or in software development. They lost their positions because they can't work with the chips.
I have one last question.
Mm-hmm.
I have ADHD, and I take medication. I've reduced my medication by 20 milligrams myself by taking less and less and less. It doesn't work as well, but it works. I think I don't have the audible V2K for some reason because of that. And it seems to me that I read something that Dr. Duncan wrote about people with ADHD, because of the way our minds are. The audible may not work on us or something. I don't know. But
it's not true.
But my question to you is, this medication obviously messes, it allows me to think clear, and to stay focused. There's got to be other ways. And I think some of my ADHD is not ADHD at all. It's from severe childhood trauma that I suffered as a child. And I had no idea that such a thing as CPTSD existed until the last 3 years. And so my question is, if I am taking this medication, and when the targeting started, I went to the doctor because I thought, is my medicine hurting me? What is going on here? Because I'm 61. And so I went to the doctor. I was fine. Nerves are fine. Heart's fine. Everything's fine. However, I want to not take it anymore. But since I'm on it and been taking it since 2006, even though I'm not taking as much, I'm still on it. Is this making it worse?
No, it could be your body healing from it. I'm not a medical doctor by any means.
Okay. I heard you talking about neurology and your brain and everything, and
well, that's because of the software and the technology that is being used. And when I do the audio analysis, I find references and I read those articles to learn. So I do know a lot about medicine and different avenues and things like that, but I'm not a medical professional to tell you to stop taking your medicine. I don't know how long you've been on it. I'm against medicine. I believe that since I know there's over 30 different diagnoses, even from epilepsy, that it does cause a lot of the connectivity issues to be easier. Some people it completely helps. Like you said, it helps you stay focused because they're manipulating your mind so much, one way or another, going through the nervous system and the tissue damage that is caused. You have to think they're sending electrical shocks through our bodies to manipulate us. So that's putting a toll on our bodies too, making us shake, making us move. It is very, very quite painful because we don't have control of it. Can the medicine help dampen the effects. I've heard a lot of people that it completely does help them. It could block some of them out, especially if you're blocking a medication with the neurotransmitters. You would want a medication that actually could block specific neural signals.
I don't know if that's what it does, but I have been without it. Like when the doctor, which I also think that this state medical care crap is all part of this, so they can monitor you. But he has written down the wrong information, so I've had to wait, like 3 or 4 days for my medicine. And when you've been taking this consistently and responsibly as you are supposed to, and then all of a sudden you don't have it, it's like that is almost cruel to do that to people. And so I've had to wait 3 or 4 days. It was there was withdrawal. It was doable, but it was very uncomfortable. And I wonder if it was so uncomfortable because it wasn't blocking some of that nonsense they're shooting me with. I don't know.
It's hard to tell when medication, and you've been taking it a long time. So with you slowly weaning off of it, your body could be having withdrawal symptoms too. So just like taking a medication, your body has to get used to it. Withdrawal systems have the same effect. So there are ways to do it, but you have to just make sure that you're not putting your body in a state of shock. So if you want to get off of it, wean yourself off. If you're taking it mandatory 3 times a day, make it mandatory 2.5 times a day. Cut that pill in half, and then
that's how I reduced it.
Weeks, or a month, or because you have to slowly get your body. It's kind of like going through shock right now. So, yeah.
Okay. That's how I reduced it before by 20 milligrams. It took me a long time, but I did it gradually. When I first decided, they had me on Wellbutrin as well as this medicine for ADHD, and this was in 2012, and I quit because I didn't have money. And then, of course, the black cloud comes back because it was an antidepressant. And so I went to the doctor, and he almost had a kitten because he said you could have had seizures and all that stuff, and insisted I go back on it. And I said, okay, I will, but only half as much. And so he agreed, and I did that for 6 months, and then I started weaning myself off. I haven't been on an antidepressant since 2012. And I was on it from 1998 until 2012. And I weaned myself off. And I'm just like, they are not going to win, Amy. They are not going to win.
Okay, Deb, did that answer your question?
Kind of.
Okay.
But thank you so much for letting me talk.
Okay. Michael from Anchorage, Alaska. Next question. Go ahead, Mike. You're unmuted. Mike from Anchorage. Anchorage, Alaska. One more time. Anchorage, Alaska. Okay, next question. Winston, Sal, North Carolina.
Hi, again, this is Lauren. About the drones, and I usually have about 15 per night. I heard, I think Amy was talking about drones hitting you and being able to prove. Is there any way to really prove that it's coming from them? However, I do feel like they're the ones just beaming my head. But how do you prove that?
I've proven it doing my forensic analysis. I've probably got about 5 to 7 victims with drones. One, I have to analyze people who actually have drones on them. 2, if they're using the drone at that time. So I got about, you capture their communications. I got one step-by-step that they did from beginning to end, playing a game with people. When are we going to start? Oh, we got to line up. What type of drone do you have? So you're listening to those communications in the background. Oh, well, I'm using an electric motor. So you hear those types of statements, and you could verify their equipment and their software that's attaching to them and actually prove the mechanism of the drone if they don't physically say drone. I've even caught flight patterns, my apologies, flight patterns from planes as well. What they do is they hire a third-party contractor using a plane service, and that plane has a flight pattern and a schedule that they're on, going from one place to another to where they could perform the attacks using those planes. And they're like, oh, well, you were supposed to be here at 2 o'clock. Yeah, we're falling behind today. Oh, you were supposed to be here at 3. Yeah, we're a little bit early. So then they use that plane in that vicinity at that time to use the weapon systems that is attached in it to attack the person. So they absolutely do have that type of stuff involved with it. So it goes within their communication. So we could prove that forensically, doing an analysis that drones are being used on you at that time. I've also caught them using satellite systems too. I've caught the British Royal Army's satellite systems, and I've caught Northcom satellite system, which is the U.S. military's.
Okay, you've got everyone's attention. And if you would, I'd like you to come on tomorrow night, too. We're on tomorrow night, just 2 hours. That's your choice.
Sure, I would be happy to.
Okay, all right. Does that answer your question, Lauren?
Yeah, and again, I would appreciate if she could reach out to me tomorrow or her earliest convenience.
Yeah,
Amy, right?
Yeah, I wrote down your information, so I'll make sure to reach out to you and send you the bill proposal too, I believe.
I'm sorry?
The bill proposal, right? You were talking about activism, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Amy.
You're welcome.
Thank you, North Carolina. Okay.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Ann from St. Louis. Go ahead, Ann.
Hi. I'm a support person for targeted individuals. I've been a TI since birth, 48 years ago. I was born visually impaired, and I was born listening to a sound in my left ear, and I always assumed that everybody had that to listen to, and it didn't hurt, and it didn't affect my school performance. It's a good thing I didn't say anything about it, but them talking to me full time, it's been happening since 2005, and it got really bad from 2008 forward. So I noticed a few things, though. It's because I'm in a 4-family flat also, and it's brick, and a lot of the V2K noise is coming from, seems like right in front of where my living room window would be. And it seems like it's there, a great deal of the time. Now, sometimes they'll move it where the sound will be coming from the ceiling area. What could that be coming from? Is that satellite-based, or is that from a drone, you suppose?
That I believe most of that has to deal with the dirty electricity. What they do is they tap into the smart grid systems, and they could use the energy from the smart grid systems onto the homes and the different appliances. That could be just something as simple as tapping into your electrical components like your AC adapter. It seems to be mainly running off of, if anything, I've always noticed it, more on a 210 outlet better than a 110 outlet.
Mm-hmm.
So the 210 would be your washers, your dryers, your stoves, right? Your AC units are going to be run off of a 210, where your TV systems, your router, your internet is all going to be 110. So they could tap into it, but it has to deal with the electrical system and how your house is built. How old is the house?
Oh, I've only lived here just 3 years, but it's been here for a minute.
Depending on the year of the house, you also have to remember certain years also have different type of, is it PVC piping or is it copper piping?
That's true.
Right. So there's different ways in order. You have to look at the year, make, and model of the house because each year it had different building standards for construction.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to look into that because they could be easily conducting it through the pipes too.
Oh, I didn't think of that. But they keep talking about, oh, we got something in the basement. It's like, I don't know about all that. Not that I believe a word they say anyway. But so what are they doing to crank the sound up? Because there are times when it's so loud. And then if I use my bone conduction headset and I use a couple other things because I really don't want to hear it, especially when I'm trying to relax because I know about sleep deprivation.
Well, unfortunately, your senses are heightened 10 times better than ours is. So one, I can't give you a direct answer because your sensitivity level is tenfold.
Uh-huh.
Now, I know that in a concrete house, when you have brick and mortar, the lower frequencies are often trapped and bounce off of the different types of objects in the room, and they stay longer than the ultra-high frequencies, which actually dissipate a lot faster compared to the ultra-low.
Yeah, I'm really learning a lot out here. Also, when I turn on certain types of pink noise, that gets them to yelling. So is that the AI yelling or is that actual people yelling?
Could be actual people. If they want to get your attention and you're not responding to the AI system, they'll get on there and yell at you.
Well, then keep yelling. They just keep on. So the other thing they do is they will cause their V2K feed, the audio end of it, to go through into my into my earbuds or my earphones, depending on what I'm wearing. Because I know with speakers and it's phone, earphones, earbuds, because that little speaker in there. So what can I get some kind of a filter or something so I don't have to hear that thing? Because I don't want to hear it at all.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that one more time?
I sure can. Sometimes when they want to just really crank it up and lay on there what they're doing, they're burning me and all the other stuff, they can push their audio through into my earbuds and my earphones. Now, when I pull them away from my ears...
What type of earphones or earbuds do you have?
I have these JVCs in right now.
Are they Bluetooth?
No, they're wired. They plug into a...
So there's no Bluetooth capabilities involved with them at all?
No, not these ones, but they can...
What type of device are you using to hook up the headphones to?
I'm using my iPhone, and I have recorded some...
There's nothing we could do about that because they're entering through your mobile system. It's not the headphones, it's the mobile device.
Oh, it's coming through the mobile device. Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Like
the
they're running
speaker
some
system.
kind
Anything that is a speaker, a sound system, anything that projects off audio can also send out audio. All you do is have to use reverse polarity, and the speakerphone or the speaker could turn into a microphone.
Because one time I have a thing on Amazon Music where that's a speakerphone, and I started playing it, and then the one handler will start that hypnosis, which I'm not interested in, and the other one is like an AI chatterbot that's, saying something, because they really don't like that pink noise, and I have a couple of things on YouTube where it will, whenever I play it, boy, that really must clash with what they've got. And it's like, well,
try an LED flashlight. That could help you. If you put it on your phone, it will. I mean, I know we all don't want to sleep with flashlights, and it's really annoying.
I can do that because I'm completely blind. So, you mean I shine it into my screen?
Yeah, an LED flashlight. You put it directly onto your phone, and it'll distort their signal.
Oh, good. I'm going to try that because I got to try anything I can. How much do you charge to analyze the samples that I've got to see what we can do about getting this thing shut down?
I am very, very cheap. I don't charge a lot. I charge $15 per hour based off of what you could afford. So based off, instead of doing a flat rate of like $2,500 or $3,000, because most victims can't afford that, I charge by hour. So if you could only afford, I would prefer a minimum of 4 hours, just because the report itself takes about an hour and a half to 2 hours to create, and then the analysis process. Because I do the analyzing of the audio or analyzing of the video. Obviously, if it's just an audio aspect of it, I don't have to do the video portion of it. Does that make sense? So there's different step processes that I have to do. But I charge $15 an hour based off of what you could afford. And then I'll stop at that time mark. So if you could only afford 4 hours or 2 hours, I'll do that. I'll stop there at that 2 hour mark, and I'll help you guys. Everything that I make goes towards my patent, you guys. I have a patent that I created off of this forensic technique to live stream and broadcast their telecommunications. So what it is, it's going to be an application that you guys are all going to be able to download onto your phone for free. Both Android and iDroid systems, or iPhone. We might have issues with iPhone. Just because they're against hacking, and we're going to be opening it up.
Oh, okay.
So we might have an issue with that, but I'm working on it, trying to figure it out. What this does is, instead of the audio analysis portion of it, it's actually going to broadcast those telecommunications. So you'll be able to hear them come through your speaker systems in real time.
Okay. How would I be able to find out who's behind this? Because the other people on here know who their perpetrators are, but I mean, I should have the same access to find out who's targeting me.
Well, I mean, I'm working on it for every operating system, but we just might have issues with iPhones.
Oh no, not that. I'm talking about some people on here. They know the names of their perps. You know, kind of who's behind it.
I've captured names, first names, last names, usernames, email addresses, bank account information, router names, servers. So there's some ways that we could connect them.
I like that.
I've never worked with someone blind, so I don't know how you're going to read my report.
Oh, I can read it.
Okay.
It's text-to-speech. That's why I have an Apple device.
I got it. Okay, yeah. HCI component.
If it's in a PDF document, I have ways where it can convert that into a text-to-speech document and then it read out loud. I'd be happy to show you sometime.
Yeah, that would be great. I would love it. I mean, I've never met someone with your disabilities before. I find it very unique, like especially with your hearing level.
Yes.
I would actually love to do an experiment with that.
I'd like that. Also, I've detoxed some from heavy metals, just a gentle detox, and that also lowers the volume of the V2K a little bit. Anything you can do to lower it or be less aware of it, that's how you're going to be able to relax and get to sleep and stay that way.
Right. Well, okay. Is that your email address up there?
Yes.
Where? Oh.
Okay. I'm going to write that down and email you.
Okay. But they don't like different types of static, because when you go on YouTube, you put in because there's several channels that have 10 hours of sound, like 10 hours of radio static, 10 hours of white noise, 10 hours of pink isochronic noise, which gets to them. I mean, what is it about just the pink noise versus the other kind of noise that just shakes them up?
Well, you have to understand they're using radio towers too. It happens when you put two radio towers together, right next to each other.
And what I know a lot about
you cause
that,
interference.
Well, good.
Right. So they have trouble connecting.
Well, good.
Okay, Ann, does that complete your question?
Yeah, that's going to take care of it.
Okay, next we have Marilyn from Ohio. Go ahead, Marilyn. You're unmuted.
Hi. You had said that neighbors were probably involved, and I have gone through this in my mind almost every day. Are they involved? Which ones? No, your neighbors aren't doing it. It's a drone, or and a lot of people move around in this particular community. I do talk to people I'm friendly with, and so paranoia will make me believe things that aren't true. But so can you just kind of go over people in your neighborhood participating, and how, so we're all kind of clear on that?
Okay. Now, one, it could be the manipulation, the social engineering, your programmable keyboards, and the voice recognitions like I was talking to you before. So our minds have a way to manipulate things. But people and bodies also have specific sensors in them too. So if you're staring at somebody is going to feel that, and they're going to look around, and then they're going to see you staring at them. So then, just because they're walking down the street doesn't mean that they're a perp. A lot of this has to deal with your internal feelings and how you're feeling at that time. Remember, they're always trying to put you into a state of paranoia and a state of fear. Why? Because that triggers those neurons and those sensors inside your body that helps them adapt and connect even better to your body system. That's what causes those anxiety and the PTSD too. So as for your neighbors, you have to kind of feel them out. I mean, you have to look at it. Pay attention to the vehicles. What do the vehicles do? Are they working for Amazon? Are they working for, some people bring home their work vehicles. Are they an IT technician? Are they law enforcement officers? I mean, some sheriff's departments are allowed to take their vehicles home with them and use them for a personal setting too. So getting to know your neighbors, but you have to know them. Do you get out? Do you talk to them? Have you brought them cookies next door? Have you made that one-on-one contact with each other? Does your kids know the other kids from school? So getting to know your neighbors, and you got to get, everyone has to get out of the state of fear, not just you. I'm not saying that you're living in fear, but you have to change your personal thought process and personality to go, okay, that's not going to bug me. You know, everybody has those horn honks in the background. That's part of the computer programming in the AI system. Okay? That's part of the targeting. That puts you in that state of fear that somebody is nearby, that somebody's monitoring you, that somebody's listening into your conversation. So you think that they're coming from outside, but really they're not, because it's all part of the V2K process. So not all horn honks sound the same. A sedan is going to sound different than a Ford. A Ford truck is going to be different than a Ford Mustang. The year, make, and model, those horns are going to be different too. So not all of those horn honks are the same. So that's where the programming and the AI system, and you just have to turn your thought process around. It is really hard to determine, other than the audio analysis and verifying people. People send me videos. They confirm it. Get that person out of there. We don't want to see them. No, that's not one of ours. Don't worry about it, you know. But that's where they're going to grab your video because you got that evidence from them, and they need to get you away from that evidence. So neighbors involved, there's ways that you could track and trace them. If they're connected to your internet, check for, you could use a network analyzer and look at the signals, your signal strength within your Wi-Fi and router. You can see which ones are overlapping yours. That might give you an indication of who's hacking into which neighbor is involved. That could help you out solve that problem. You could do an IP check or a ping test to see if anybody's on your network. You could do a trace on your network too, or your computer system, to see if they're attached that way. So there's different avenues that you could take. Proving it is going to be harder because it is a thought process, and until you get that evidence to prove it, it's just going to eat you up inside. So you have to learn to change that thought and perspective. Try to knock on the neighbor's door, offer them to come over for dinner one time. See what they do.
Yeah.
You know, how they react.
I have done this. I pushed through that paranoia, and what I did, I got the neighbor a beer because I thought he was after me, and then we were friends. I was slowly saying, "Oh, do you want to come over?" I talked to a neighbor. Her father just died. I thought she was involved, and most of the stuff that I'm thinking is not true. But you're just a goddess. I just love you.
Oh, thank you. I'm not a goddess.
I love you. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have a couple of questions from the chat, and people are wondering if there are any devices that you know of that will block this stuff, like an electronic device or...
Not as yet. Like I said, the only things that I've learned to diminish the V2K is disconnecting the 5G from your router configurations and your network. Making sure that you do turn off your Wi-Fi at nighttime. Deleting specific apps on your mobile device will also help diminish the targeting because they were using the application to access your phone. A lot of them I've discovered is the OneNote or like the printer even. I just installed a new printer into my network so I could start printing out the reports because I want to ship them to the United Nations. The printer actually had the perps connected to it. So when I deleted it from the computer system, you hear a straight tone. So there are specific things that we could do. We just have to know what to look for. That OneNote always shows up on your computer system as the default router. Whether you want it on there or not, it always pops back up. Well, that's because the perps are constantly using that application and that backdoor access to access into your computer system. So you could keep removing that. I'm working on a way on trying to remove it from the BIOS system and seeing if that would work. I just haven't had time. Like I said, I have 2 weeks left of school till I graduate. So I'm we're in the middle of a group project. I just haven't had time to do any of that yet. Does that make sense? I'm working on it. Just haven't had a lot of time.
We have one more question from the chat, and I think you've already answered it, and that's who do you think is behind this? And you mentioned one company handled 3,500 people.
Yes.
Company
that was Lumina, which was actually controlled by Jebediah Bush and the Department of Defense. And if you look at their stocks and shareholders, they are all major board members of government federal agencies. I believe even the DOJ is connected to it. Lumina.
Where are they located, Amy?
I would have to pull that up.
Okay, I'll find out, but I just want to know if it was on the top of your head.
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay, Marilyn, is that it for you?
Yes, thanks.
Okay. Next, we have Anonymous. Go ahead, Anonymous. You're unmuted.
Yeah, the one problem I run into, and this is the one complaint, I mean, you're a target, you're alone, you don't know what the hell's going on, you're trying to figure it out, life goes crazy, and you start reading, when you figure out there is such a thing as gang stalking and electronic weapons and target individuals. And most of my complaints, a lot of them, are voiced by other people. But the one thing I can't figure out is because at some point I put two and two together, figured out this was a signal that's probably hitting me through that damn computer. Now, I never really thought the neighbors were involved. I had no reason to believe that. None. And when this started, I was in my own home, and I knew my neighbors. But as I said, the one complaint I have, and you said when it's harder, it's closer. I check for drones. I look every so often. I never see them. I have never seen a drone. If they're there, I haven't found them. And I look up in the night sky, and people have showed me that sometimes they look like twinkling stars. They really don't look like what you think a drone would look. But I never see them. It's like if I go to my father's house, he has a big yard. He lives out in the country. I live in an apartment now. And I also heard that these Wi-Fi signals can hit you from the other apartments. I had disconnected basically my computer. I sat here for 9 months, and I basically had nothing on, unless I had to look at my bank accounts, do my shopping list and get on and look at the store ads. But how I figured out something was really weird was I felt something physically hitting me. It felt like it was pounding me. I'm in the middle of the street. Bam, bam, bam. That started in 2007. It has never stopped. Now they'll do different things to different parts of my physiology, turn that up and down. It's like I was listening to a video by Dr. John Hall once, And you're saying some prisoners in prison were getting hit so hard with that, they were crawling. They've done that to me before. I could barely walk. I was getting hit so hard. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't seem to matter where I'm at. It still pounds me. It's like where my feet touch the floor. You can feel it pulsing through me. It feels like it's kind of on a wave. I know it's me moving. It's like where my butt touches a chair. I can really feel it. It's most obvious in my feet. Even when I lay down, it's still most obvious in my feet. You can feel it pounding me. Have you ever run into that before? That's the one thing. I talked to Tony P. once from Herbs, Feeds, and Plus. Now, he said he's heard that before, but he said he's talked to thousands of targets. He said, I'm probably being hit with scalar.
That is a possibility. I'm sorry, what? I've only done one analysis and got scalar waves off of it. I'm really I really don't know a lot about scalar. I will tell you that it has to deal with energy, but I am not familiar with scalar waves.
And as I said, you said it, the closer you are to whatever is emitting it, the harder the signal will be. I mean, I went to my dad's backyard.
The more powerful.
It doesn't seem to matter. That's the whole thing. I can be out in the woods, and it doesn't seem to make a lot of difference.
Which it could be a drone.
Okay, as I said, I've looked. I've never seen them. That doesn't mean they're not there.
Right.
But I've never seen one.
I mean this military drones, what they look like. Look what they did with the stealth bomber. They're making invisible. There was just a release of that the other day. You don't think that they have those capabilities to create those things, or even reflective, so it would look like a cloud and go into it.
Yeah, because at that point, after a long time of that, I kind of gave up on it coming out of my Wi-Fi. I just assumed it was bouncing off a satellite or something. Because even when I'm lying down in my bed, I can still it's more pronounced in my feet. That's where I really feel it, my lower leg. And now I'm developing lymphatic problems in my lower legs where it's fitting now. Is it genetic or is it this? I don't know, but the problem is there.
Well, I could look into that and probably give you an answer tomorrow night.
Okay, yeah, because
as I said, research on that and see how.
Yeah, I mean, I literally feel it pounding me. That's, it's like it goes right through you where my feet touch the floor.
Well, I know.
You feel it pulsating, and it feels like it's on a wave. Yeah.
A lot of things are conducted through our feet, like a lot of sensitive nervous systems. The feet are more sensitive than any other area of your body. So like at least the heel of the foot, the curvature of the foot, depending on do you have flat feet, the shape of it. Usually there's different types of curvatures of the soles too. The arches. Some people have higher arches than other people. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, because where any place my body touches something, you can feel it. But it's definitely most pronounced in my feet. Okay, thank you. That's funny because that's the one I've never, people seem mystified. And I'm like, you get on these calls and you kind of think everybody's in the same boat you are. And it takes a while for it to click the target and is that individualized.
The only thing I could think of is try a fully rubber shoe. Because rubber actually reduces the electrical current through it. That is one suggestion. It's like getting hit with electricity. Your feet are your grounders to the earth, to the pavement, to the flooring and stuff like that. That we have to think of it kind of like a lightning bolt in hitting a car. What's the one thing that is saving us from that electrical shock from getting electrocuted inside of metal car? Well, it's the tires. The tires are having the direct connection to the ground that stops the absorbency. So maybe doing something like that, I could suggest that to you for now. I will look into that, and I will try to provide you an answer tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, because you sit there and you're just trying to figure out where the hell this thing's coming from. I mean to cough. I mean, I assumed it was coming from a satellite. Then I heard there's underground bases they may be coming from. Then I said, well, it's more pronounced in my feet. But then I thought about when I lay down, it's still more pronounced in my feet. For whatever reason. I mean, I can't tell you why it's happening, how they're doing it, but that's what's going on with me. Yeah, they have that much control over me. People say you can fight. I'm like, they really had that much control of my physiology, my mind. Like the forced speech, they had turned it down for a while. And the pounding never stopped at release, but I had a lot more control over my mind, my physiology. And then they started to turn it back up, and I work a little job, and all of a sudden they're cutting my speech. Yeah, forced speech, just cutting me off.
Well, that's definitely manipulation of the nervous system. I can guarantee that is going on right there. And that's it. Probably signal generation, tone generators. They're probably using some type of tone generator to manipulate your body movements. That's how they're conducting those moving specific body parts is tone generators. So we would just figure out directly what it has to deal with the feet.
Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, because that's the one thing I haven't found much in the AI community is that constant pounding. People say they get hit, they can feel it going through them. And I'm not sure if they're talking about exactly what I'm talking about, but they really had that much control of my physiology. It's like they said they're mining. It's like I found a patent by Microsoft. And they said they patented to mine our brains for cryptocurrency.
Becky.
And
cryptocurrency.
Whoever it is forcing me to... Yeah, forcing me. I get stuck, look at the news and stuff. I don't want to, but I do. It's hard to break. And I thought maybe that's why they're doing it. They say we can solve complex problems, even subconsciously. You know, you just guess why they're doing this to you. Just sadism? I mean, there's a reason if it's nothing but sadism.
Well, I have to think a lot of this does have to deal with Satanism. Do you know how? I'd probably say over...
Why? I know
60% of the audios I analyze, they're going, all hail Satan. And then you'll have somebody. But you have to remember these people are logging in remotely. So most of them, for the most fact, they probably know and enjoy manipulating your body. That's probably why they're doing it constantly. These people coming in, if they have a knack for that specific type of torture, they're going to sign in and log in to that specific type of torture.
Okay, yeah, I mean, even if it's
pedophilia, they're going to be more for the kids. They're not going to be attacking the adults. So
yeah, I mean,
each one has their own personal fetish.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder about motivation. And as I said, I figured out the people at the top tiers of society are probably Satanist. If it's just sadism, they like to see you suffer. But there's got to be a reason they do it. It's just, what? Do you think this might help lead to an end of this? Because I mean, I can send it to you. There's a investigative reporter named Whitney Webb, and she put a conference out by Davos.
Okay, Vicki.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't mean to monopolize. Okay.
It's 12:19. I'm sure Amy is getting tired. We have 2 more questions, okay? Michael from Alaska. Go ahead, Mike.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in.
Hello.
5.
Okay. What I'm interested in is what she talked about an hour ago, about how to manipulate their process by... She gave an example of positive visualization. But what I've been doing is when I start getting hit in my head, not the physiology part of it, but my head, as soon as I start getting dizzy, losing my balance, having a hard time walking straight, I said, I better meditate. And I sit down and meditate. And when I meditate, I've been doing this for over 30 years, meditating. So it's not that hard to sit down. It's actually enjoyable. But when I sit down and meditate, I see just a dark black screen. But lately, they've been trying to intrude that dark screen by putting little lights, a little rectangular green light, or there was one black light that I saw in the center of my black screen. But I stay on with my meditation, that it eventually goes away. And that just recently started. So I'm wondering, what kind of feedback can you give me about meditating as a process to manipulate their attacks on me, on my head, my brain?
The meditation portion would be, that's a tough question. Thank you for asking that. You're making me think about this. I've never meditated in my whole entire life. So I've always been an active person, like played sports, was always constantly moving from one place to another. So meditation wasn't quite my thing. With the meditation and the mind, it seems like those little lights and images would be coming from a specific technology through the optical nervous system and the neural link technology that has to deal with like motion to motion capture, or some types of choreography. It's called choreography, not choreography, choreography. And what this does is it can force the R&M factors and manipulate the light structures from that. That seems like it would have to be something neurological, and you're going to have to push that light out. And with the brain manipulation, it is possible to change the R&M images from one shape into something that you want, the same thing that you could do with light. You could push that white beam out.
Yeah,
because
I've been doing that.
What it is, it's a reflection. It's a reflection from the optical portion from the electrical connection to the brain. So I can't be quite sure to tell you on how to do that, other than trying to push it out to block it or manipulate the light to your meditation standards. Take the light and spin it in spirals and circles, then disperse it into star shapes. Use it to your chakras or your own emotional feeling to make you feel secure. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been able to do that. They've only been able to put in a very small rectangular shape, maybe about 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch rectangle, right near the center of my view, my screen. And then within less than a minute, it goes away because I keep meditating. I don't push it. I don't fight it. I just stick to my meditation. It's like changing lanes in a freeway, 3-lane lanes, and, you don't pay attention to what they're doing. I just pay attention to what I'm doing. which is meditating.
Right.
And another question I have is that you mentioned that our internal feelings, whatever we're feeling inside, affect the neurons.
Right.
Is that, and you said if we're feeling in a certain way, then we're more vulnerable to either more painful or less painful, or is that right? How am I saying it? It really depends on how.
It does depend on how you're feeling, because certain feelings produce certain chemicals within our body, right? So those chemicals can help manipulate their technology too, along with the neuron transmitters, and gain access to other areas of the brain that can't be accessed unless you're feeling that way. So emotionally, you want to be more of an optimistic person instead of pessimistic, because if you're sad, you're crying, you're opening up to be easily more attacked.
Yes, got it.
Okay.
Thank you. And then another final question. I'm interested in hypnosis. And I was reading, this is an old picture that I saw, and you might know this. It's a picture of a voice-to-skull technology, which was initially, I guess, developed in 1974 by Dr. Sharp or somebody like that, Sharp, in 74. And it explains how this is a basic voice-to-skull technology is done. And I realized that I didn't think that I was getting voice-to-skull technology, but I guess I am without hearing the voices. In this picture, it says that a steady tone in the range of 14 to 18,000 hertz at the apex of human hearing is emitted initially. And then at the same time, a hypnotist speaks in very low audible frequency under 3,000 hertz. And that's how you're being hypnotized, he says. And then and from here, it's translated into sound waves. It shows how human voice regulates the transmitter's timing. And then the transmitter sends it right to the brain. Have you heard of this? They call this silent hypnosis.
No, I've never heard of that, but it's the same type of technology that's being used. It sounds like the exact same thing, going directly from the brain using the radio towers from one way or another. Hypnosis, I've never heard of that. I'll have to look into it. Sounds actually interesting. The only thing that I've known in hypnosis to actually work that I've done research on was blocking the fear factor from the brain. There was this one medical pill, and they were doing a scientific study on humans and mice, that actually taking this medication blocked the fear, and it took away their from being scared from anything, from snakes to spiders, and that could possibly help.
Yes.
So if you do some form of hypnosis, it should be around the fear factor area of the brain.
Right. I don't do hypnosis, but from what I've heard, the meditation is the antidote to hypnosis. it's the antidote. It's the, because you've been hypnotized, so you need to dehypnotize yourself. So meditation, which clears your brain, will help you. But I just wanted to confirm what Vicky was saying. Vicky was saying is that last night I've never gotten hit so hard on my feet. I mean, it went right through my feet very hard. Both my feet, under my feet, while I was sleeping. I mean, they just kept pounding them right. How do you say this? On the bottom of my feet, through my ankle, all the way up to my calves, and my calves felt like they were concrete. It was so hard. It felt like a concrete rock, and it was. I had to get up and go to the bathroom, but I was barely able to get up. But they were pounding right under my feet and both of my calves, and I've got a pretty big, what do you call this, welt on my right foot. Huge. Well, it's about 2 by 2 round welt on my feet. So. They do attack the lower legs, especially me. That's their favorite part of my body that they target, aside from the brain. When they do attack my body, and I have a feeling it's because they want me to be immobile. They don't want me to move around. So that's the reason. I don't think there's no
possibly. Well these are big. On the muscle movement, because if they could get your hands or your fingers or your feet, your toes to move without, they basically could control the rest of that area. So like your wrist and your shoulder and your elbow, along with your kneecap and your ankle. If they get those toes, they could conduct those electricities through the rest of the way. It's the avenue that they're connecting through the feet that I'm not sure of. I'm going to look into that, and maybe I'll find an answer by tomorrow. I'm hoping.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much for information.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate it.
Mike, she's going to join us on the Saturday night call, so you can see if she has an answer then. She might.
Okay. Thanks, Frank.
Okay, last question. Marcus. You're unmuted, Marcus. Marcus? Hello? Okay, since we don't have any more questions, Amy, I'm going to end the Q&A. It's 12:23 a.m. I'm not sure if you'd like to ask any more questions or not.
I'm actually tired, so I think we've been on here for 4 hours, 9, 10,
yeah, we've been 9 p.m. and so yeah, we've been on here for a while.
So yeah, I haven't eaten dinner yet, so I apologize.
Okay, I need another coffee, and I haven't been able to get to the coffee urn to get it. Okay. All right, Amy, we'll see you tomorrow, same time, same channel.
All right, that sounds good. Thank you so much for having me, Frank. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's been great, and I will send you the YouTube as soon as I get it completed.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
All right, Amy, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, bye, everyone. God bless.
God bless you.
God bless, Amy.
Oh, thank you.
Well, this has been a really enlightening guest and an enlightening evening. I'm going to take a break for 5 minutes, and I will be right back. Who do we have here that can... I saw Laura earlier. I wonder if Laura's here. I'm going to have to reboot, too, because I'm starting to lock up here. Not the computer, just this wonderful program. Okay, God. Scylla, are you there or are you asleep? Okay, Scylla must have dozed off. Okay, hit *6 if you want to talk. Can anybody hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I'm here.
Okay.
You're not
here.
Marilyn, or
Good to hear you.
Marilyn, you want to? Oh, we got Sheila up here too.
Hey.
Marilyn, can you sort of like moderate with Sheila? And
Sure.
Hi, Marilyn.
I just got a.
Hi. That was a great call.
Oh, it's still running, hon.
She's a genius. I love her.
I'm going to stop. Actually, you know what? I'm going to let the recording run for a little while. So don't say anything about COVID-19. And I'll be right back.
How are you, Marilyn?
I'm doing the best I can with what's going on, and it goes back and forth. One day is not as bad as the other, so you really have to hang in there. Try not to get too depressed.
Yeah, you really do. Yep. Kind of stepped it up, didn't they?
Oh yeah. But there's all these great news articles. CNN, there's an article about at some point around Washington, D.C., a direct energy attack happened.
Yeah. I saw that, yeah.
GQ has an article. It's got a clever title called "The Mystery of the Immaculate Concussion," about a CIA official getting shot with a direct energy weapon.
There's a lot more people getting this than they know. There's a lot of people that are getting hit with this. And it's causing a lot of problems, even with the animals. I've got some pictures, I'll send it to Frank eventually, where of a tumor, it causes tumors. We're hitting the birds, and you figure hitting the birds or hitting a human, giving them cancerous tumors, and putting eyes out and stuff. And they're doing this to animals and people. But I'm saying the proof with the animal, I've got a live bird, pictures of it. I've got a dead bird, and showing the tumor, the carcinoma on the spine. And all of those birds that died like that was all in the same place. So that's not right,
That's interesting. Last summer or spring last year, several dead birds just around the house.
Yeah, well, they can't take the frequency either, see. You know, they're small, and I've seen when they get hit, I've got a lot of shielding around my birds. I only have a couple left, but what they jump like we jump when we get hit with it. It's and then they look around like, where did that come from? Or they're, you know, like there's somebody here and there isn't anybody here. It's them looking around at trying to figure out what that was, you know, confused. And I just keep praying this whole thing comes to an end now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I sent out a bunch of emails today, and even to other countries.
Wow.
Because they're shooting my mother and my companion, and he's got little douche scars on him, and it's really sad. He doesn't believe what was happening, so I just take pictures of his body and make him believe that.
Who's this now? Who's this?
Oh, the person I live with. He's my companion.
Oh, he doesn't believe it, huh?
And he's got fresh little scars and stuff, so it's sad.
Yeah, it's
really. The woman that stopped taking her medication, I stopped taking mine, and nothing really major happened. I did it on my own. I just got tired of, 4
Good
times
for you.
a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it helps. I mean, it's good for an emergency. Like, if you know you are not able to cope and you're going to have psychosis, you should try to get help so you don't act out, But it's just, I called my old job and asked for my old job back, and they said yes. I couldn't believe it. And I was like, that's great, But, I hope it works out.
I know you sound like I didn't come here last Sunday. They were trying to do I know, that's why I'm doing that.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, are you okay? Is that person okay? Are you being harmed? It sounded like someone being attacked.
Sounded like a dog.
See, it's hard to know because when you have synthetic telepathy, I can't really say what I heard.
I don't know. I just figured somebody had it on by accident. Sometimes you'll hit it, If you have an iPad or something, sometimes you'll hit it, or you're looking for something else, I guess. Sometimes. How's the weather? How's your weather there?
Right. So here it rained, so everything's nice and green.
Oh.
The tulips came up. Now they're pretty much all gone. They don't last long,
No.
It's just sad. So, that was one of the things that I did to cheer up the neighborhood.
Oh.
After years of having very loud, psychotic conversations with perps and freaking out, Once I realized it wasn't the neighbors, I was like, oh no, I was paranoid. They made me believe it was the neighbors that were after me. So I planted like over 1,500 tulips. Yeah, wow. It's so pretty that even the people looking through my eyes were like, wow. You know,
that's
I hate
nice.
to talk about them. I hate talking about them, but one of them got really emotional. They were like, wow, look at that. I was like, mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good thing, though. That's a good thing. That and, cooking, too. That takes your mind off it because you have to really put your head into what you're doing, Just anything, Just something different or whatever. It'll take your mind off of what you're going through for, Ow.
Yeah, looking at that is just an internet thing.
27 साल आपकी अदालत में आपका साथ जब सवाल मुस्कुरा कर पूछे जा सकते हैं चिल्लाने की क्या जरूरत है जब इरादा सीधे सीधे खबरें दिखाने का हो तो लोगों को लड़वाने की क्या जरूरत है
What do you got there? What do you got? Hello?
कमेंट्स सवालों न किसी को बनाने की नियत न किसी को गिराने की कोशिश
Hey, Marilyn.
अमिताभ, रजनीकांत, राजेश खन्ना की वो हीरोइन आखिर क्यों हो गई गुमनाम? जितेंद्र, मिथुन, अनिल और सनी की उस हीरोइन ने क्यों छोड़ दिया बॉलीवुड? करेंगे तलाश मीनाक्षी शेषाद्री की आज दोपहर 2:30 बजे ओनली ऑन इंडिया टीवी।
John Weebly. It says John Weebly.
Yeah, what do you do with that?
छटा अंधकार हो जाओ खबरदार सुनो भारत की पुकार जागो फिर
Really? Hello? John Weebly. Hello? Hello?
इस बार आईपीएल के हर मैच में बनेगी ड्रीम टीम कौन होगा एक्स फैक्टर और कौन होगा गेम चेंजर
रिकॉर्ड के दम पर कौन होगा टीम चैंपियन
Hey Marilyn, what do you do with this?
कप्तान बनाने से बदलेगी आपकी किस्मत।
Yeah, I mean, can somebody mute him?
How do you do that?
देखो दिल से खेलो दिमाग से
Dream 11
Can anybody mute him? That's John Weebly.
India TV पर presented by Dream 11. Make your team now. आखिर क्या हैं वो फीचर्स जो इंडिया टीवी लाइव ऐप को बनाते हैं सबसे अलग, सबसे बेहतर और जिसने दिलाया इसे देश की सबसे इनोवेटिव न्यूज ऐप का खिताब। चलिए देखते हैं बेहद साफ आवाज में टेक्स्ट टू स्पीच जो पढ़कर सुनाए आपको आपके इंटरेस्ट की न्यूज आपकी भाषा में भी। शानदार वॉइस सर्च फीचर जिससे आप जाने कोई भी खबर केवल अपनी एक आवाज पर।
और इस वक्त की बड़ी खबर आपको बता दें कि आज से 18 प्लस लोगों के लिए वैक्सीनेशन की शुरुआत हुई है और सीएम योगी आदित्यनाथ एक वैक्सीनेशन सेंटर में पहुंचे उसके उद्घाटन के लिए। तो ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं उत्तर प्रदेश में भी 18 प्लस जो लोग हैं उन्हें वैक्सीनेशन दी जाएगी। हालांकि आपको बता दें कई राज्य इसको अभी शुरुआत नहीं कर रहे हैं क्योंकि जो वैक्सीन है उसकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कम है, इसी वजह से लोगों के पास स्टॉक नहीं है। लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश में आज से इसकी शुरुआत की जा रही है और उसी का निरीक्षण करने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ पहुंचे हैं। तो ये तस्वीर आप देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से वहां पर वैक्सीनेशन दिया जा रहा है उसकी। और यूपी के 7 जिलों में एक साथ इस वैक्सीनेशन प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत की गई है, जिसमें अब 18 से जो ऊपर के लोग हैं वो वैक्सीन ले सकते हैं, लगा सकते हैं। पहले 45 तक थी, अब 18 से जो ऊपर है, 18 से जो 44 साल के लोग हैं वो भी अब इस वैक्सीनेशन ड्राइव के दौरान वैक्सीन ले सकते हैं। तो ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, योगी आदित्यनाथ इस वक्त एक वैक्सीनेशन सेंटर के अंदर मौजूद है और वहां पर किस तरह से इस अभियान की शुरुआत की गई है उसको वो देख रहे हैं। और पिछले 24 घंटे की बात की जाए तो उत्तर प्रदेश में 34,626 नए केस सामने आए हैं और 332 लोगों की जान भी गई है। बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ जुड़ गए संवाददाता।
Oh wow! How do you do that though? Where's Marilyn? Let's see, Marilyn.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to mute him.
Me too. I texted him, but I just said enough, you know. But huh. Oh. Gone.
Hi, is everybody okay?
Still here.
Hey, what's going on? Is there trouble?
John Weebly.
John Weebly, huh?
Yeah, that's what it said.
What was he doing?
Playing music and talking.
Oh, that's great. What kind of music?
I don't know. He was talking in a foreign language for one thing.
He had like news on. He was the one who said India's coronavirus was fake. I think he's not a nice person.
Well, I hope he didn't play anything that'll grab the copyright.
Well, how do you get rid of somebody when you like that, or what do you do? What do you do when somebody does something like this? How do you respond if you're on?
You push their mic, but somebody who's in control has to, like Frank or someone.
That's what I thought. Yeah. So what do you do if it's just somebody that doesn't have that? What do you do then?
Can't do anything.
That's what I thought.
Talk over him.
Huh?
Talk over him.
Oh. Mr. Weebly just left.
Oh, okay.
That stinks because we had like 65, 66 people, and we're down to 52. Well,
it was a beautiful, beautiful speech this evening too, you know.
Winston, North Carolina, you've got some race cars in the background. Can you fix that?
Spinning off with his brakes on and his gas full throttle.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, let me mute.
Is this just a noise campaign? Because I got a really bad amount of noise campaign for a long time, for several years.
Let's see.
Damn thing wouldn't turn off their motors, and they'd sound like they were dragging racing down the road all the time.
Yeah, it could very well be that.
Mr. Weebly came back again. Well, oh, he's back again. Well, guess what? We'll put the old FCC music campaign on him. That's all he can hear.
That's good. Mm-hmm.
He's probably the same guy that was on earlier. In the beginning?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's probably just had too much to drink or something.
Yeah, or maybe he's gone half cuckoo from this program.
Yeah, that could be too.
Well, it does affect people like that sometimes. They just don't know what they're doing. They start talking and doing things, and it's hard to control.
Well, without trying to seem embarrassed, I just wanted to say that there was a noise campaign around my house. They were playing rooster sounds, really loud rooster sounds, whenever I'd try to open the door to the house or when I'd come outside into the front yard. Then they'd play drag racing in the middle of the night, all night long, even though I lived in a rural area with hardly any cars in it. They had a speaker, and I'm not sure where the speaker was located, if it was in my head or if it was in the environment. But they were playing way too many loud dragster car sounds and rooster sounds in my little nick of the neighborhood.
Well, I'm just on the lookout for Mr. Weebly. I'm going to put him in his own private room. Mr. Weebly. Oh, I don't see him. Yep, I got the room.
Yeah, I just imagine him like trying to smoke a cigarette with no hands. You know, that's how I cheer myself up. You know, I just giggle. You know, he's just trying to smoke that cigarette without hands because it's almost impossible. It's a bad joke.
No, it's all right. Look at the time of the morning. That's all. And we got to make sure Mr. Weebly doesn't. Yeah, I'm right at the J's. I'm looking at the J's, waiting for him to pop in. Oh, he might have given up. I really don't want to lock the place up because that means that then people can't get back in, you know? So. Well, that was a great call tonight. And I'm going to end it right here at 1 o'clock. So this is Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference signing off at 12:59 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.